And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to day number 2 of ESL Masters Spring 2024. Welcome to the knockout bracket of DreamHack Dallas. It's great to be back once again. A second day in a row. Hope you've all been doing well. I'm his live VIP here on the CranKy Ducklings, and we're going to be covering the knockout bracket tonight. Yesterday, of course, we were live with a 12-hour stream. It was it was a brutal stream. It was a brutal event. I mean, hey, that's how these weekend events go. Day 1 did end up passing. We went through the entirety of the open stage and the entirety of the winner stage as well. And now we have entered the knockout bracket. Oh boy, and our players are raring to go. You can see here on the title of the Twitch channel, or you can also be told here, we're going to be diving into Gumiho versus Nice as our first series of the night in our TVP. And as we are entering the knockout bracket, the knockout stage, I believe these are all best of 5s? Oh boy, let's go. Yes, I was just confirming all matches are best of 5s here tonight, so we can sink our teeth into some of these players, into these matches. As a reminder, the winner of this series advances on into the next round in the knockout bracket. Meanwhile, the loser will be eliminated from the entirety of the tournament. No holds barred here. We're going to be kicking things off with Gumiho versus Nice, followed... Never mind, as we did not select the correct races there. We're going to be starting things off with Gumiho versus Nice, followed by a Laser versus Classic right after. So we have our first 2 matches lined up. I believe we will have 2 more afterwards. So I believe 4 series in total. Then after that, I believe we will be here we go. Sorry, I'm just sorting some things out in the lobby. But yes, after that we're going to be going into the second round, into the third round thereafter as well. Yet to be determined which matches we're going to be casting then. But we're diving into our initial TVP. Oh, and if you're in the chat, we got to get the gamba going, papi. True. Have to get the gamba going here. The predictions will soon be open. Meanwhile, spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran representing Cloud9. It is Gumiho. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the Taiwanese Protoss player, the Blue Protoss representing himself, currently teamless. It is Nice. We go again. Today I'm going to be covering this on my own. I mean, a big shout out to Yakuzaku. He was of course casting with us last night for the entirety of the 12 hours. I remember I'd only asked him like, Papi, just like it's okay. Like only half 6 hours and you're good. But no, he was a trooper, did commit to the entirety of the broadcast, and towards the end things got a little bit chaotic, things got a little bit loopy, but it was all good. And much love to Yaku for bearing with me and being a part of that initial broadcast. Ooh, but now we're here, and again, today should be a shorter day. Should be just a couple of matches here and nowhere near as long. This should not be another 12-hour cast. Copium. Okay, copium, Bobby, copium. Predictions open. There you go, and if you're in the chat, predictions are open. Until then, we're settling into our game. It is going to be an economic opener here from Gumiho, going for a Rax Expand setup as we've only taken 1 gas geyser. Meanwhile, right outside, Nice is setting up with a proxy of his own. Cybercore is on the way first, Zelda's in production, and do we go for... I'm curious if we're going to be waiting for the Cybercore to finish and go for a Proxy Stargate. I mean, Proxy Stargate has made a return as of late. The reason for this is the change to the Cyclone. The Cyclone has been nerfed, was nerfed in the most recent patch, and with the nerf of the Cyclone, that means the Proxy Void Ray is that much more effective. And there it is. There's a Stargate. Void Rays are on the horizon. Now, we should be leapfrogging forward with some shield batteries, pylons and shield batteries on the low ground. Void Ray is going to be pushing through and came with the production, and it's going to be necessary here to get into Vikings, to prioritize anti-air for Gumiho to try to hold on. So far, it's been ideal for Nice, as Gumiho did delay his factory in favor of the CC. Here we go. One is Oceanborn. as Zealot is going to be dipping in. Marines so far in position. They do defend them away. Again, Nice just keeping Gumiho's attention here on the low ground. Meanwhile, here comes that shield battery. Here comes another pylon. Again, we're leapfrogging forward with these shield batteries and with these pylons, encroaching upon the bases of Gumiho. Gumiho is yet to confirm he is going for a safety cyclone. Thankfully, there is that cyclone on the way. That will help, but again, this cyclone is not as impactful as it once was. We're going to need more than that, as Gumiho is going for a 1-1-1. Thankfully, with this starport, we can get into Viking production. There's another shield battery on the way. Oh, just making sure the probe doesn't get stuck, and that first Void Ray is about to pop out. First Void Ray is upon us. So we're pushing in towards that main. Likewise, we have an Epson Zealot on the low ground as well. Marines reveal themselves, and they're going to try to chase down the Gateway Army. Oh, we almost do get the first Adept. A lot of damage dealt already. Void Ray joining forces with the rest of the army. Shield batteries, they're not just done. Ooh, just finishing up, just in time. They do finish up. Can be too big of a Marine, but Vikings are now on the way, and Vikings will be... Oh, actually, we're going for the medevac instead. Okay, Gumiho, the confidence. He started the Viking for a moment, but no, he believes that he has enough on the ground. I mean, hey, the Marine count is looking solid right now. If we had opened Reaper, then it'd be a different story, but no, we have plenty of Marines to work with. Second Void Ray has arrived. You have a line of shield batteries behind this. We do have the overcharge. And that line is advancing forward. Natural base is going to be denied. Do force the lift. Do force it back. Marines still ensuring that we can't come into the shade. We cannot dive in. Not like this. Nice has to be so careful with how he does engage. We'll focus on the tech lab at least. Oh! Shield batteries keep the Void Rays alive. Just barely. And the tech lab does go down. We're going for the factories. The reason why we're making tanks, tanks are a great way to just take control of the low ground. Take control of these shield batteries and just annihilate this. Shut it down. Ensure that there is no ground support for the Void Rays. And here we go, the tanks. It's their turn to slowly push forward. Viking getting some hits in. Shield batteries keeping these Void Rays topped up so far. They are topped up. As we are up to how many Void Rays? Four Void Rays in total. Ugh, we do take a lot of tank shots to the face. At least the ground army. Again, very delicate micro here from Nice. And not afford to lose a single one of these Void Rays. Gets a couple more Marines, but that Viking count and the Cyclone count is getting higher and higher. It is building up over time here. Oof. Yeah, and these Vikings are not... Sorry, these Void Rays are not gaining any ground. Going for the scan, now getting within range of the low ground pylon. It's going to be shut down. Yeah, the tanks, they put in a lot of work. They depower the gateway. Shield battery falls, and now there's no shield batteries. Oh, that's going to be the death of the Void Rays. They fall one after the other. GG gets called, and Gumiho shuts down the aggression, shuts down the cheese, and takes game one. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Again, very fortunate here. Even though Gumiho hadn't scattered across the map, he did open up Reactored Marine into a 1-1-1. If he had gone into Reaper Hellion, for example, if he had delayed his starport, could have been a different story. But again, he did happen to have what he needed, the tools to defend back at home, and he completely shut it down. We saw him not really lose anything really in the process, to be able to just, yeah, cool, calm, and collected, go into his medevac production, into his tank production thereafter. Just a really solid setup from Gumiho. Okay, as we're settling into game number 2. Settling into game 2. And yeah, I barely even got to speak about the players here, just because things kicked off with the initial proxy Void Ray. I didn't expect to see that again in this series. It was a really cheeky way to start the best of 5, but we shouldn't be seeing it again, and not in this series. At least not in these next coming games. But here we go, spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have our South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Cloud9, leading the series 1-0. It is Gumiho. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Taiwanese Protoss player. The blue Protoss representing himself, currently teamless, down in the series, but looking to bounce back. It is nice. We go. So who we put in the house on? Yes, predictions are now closed. They're now going to be closed here for the series. Best of luck to those that did place their bets on either Gumiho or Nice. I'll make sure we have predictions going for each series here tonight. We'll try to make sure. As once again, we do see Gumiho getting into his own opener. We saw in game 1 it was a Rax Expand setup, and we're seeing the same thing here in game number 2. Gumiho going for the Rax into the CC into the CC. Potentially on the low ground, we could try and take a safer approach on the high ground instead. Regardless, should be an economic build from our Terran player. Meanwhile, Nice back at home. How do we approach this, and how do we shake things up? Again, Nice, he doesn't have to be cheesy. He's not like Haas, for example, another Taiwanese Protoss player from Nice's region, of course. Doesn't have to be hyper-aggressive or cheesy. We have seen plenty of macro, more mid-game oriented play out of Nice. Definitely has it within him to contest and to take it to Gumiho, but has to be playing at his best. So we'll keep an eye on our Protoss player. So we do go for the Gate Cyber Expand, standard opener from Nice. Meanwhile, back at home, interesting. So with the single gas guys, I assumed it was going to be a Rax Expand, but no. Okay, Gumiho goes for the factory first before the command center. Very interesting. With this, we're going to be entering our initial Reaper to move out across the map. We went Marine first. Okay, very safe play out of Gumiho. He's checking for proxies, making sure he doesn't get bamboozled again. I mean, I'm sure the proxy Void Ray did catch him off guard. I mean, he handled it beautifully, in a very confident manner, don't get me wrong. Very confident manner. And you can see him getting into a safety Cyclone. Reaper's moving out. Likewise, so is the Adept, and we have our tech of choice. Once again, going to be a Stargate, but this time it's back at home, and this time it shouldn't be for Void Rays. As it was a fun way to start the series, but Void Rays should not be on the horizon. This should be either Phoenix or Oracle. And we do manage to delay the CC. SV goes down. Marine as well, not bad. At the same time, Reaper does slip in. Threatens the mineral line, and I believe didn't get much more scouting information. Yeah, we didn't get behind the mineral line. Did not get eyes on the Stargate yet as we check the natural. Trying to bypass that Adept. It looks like we will. And the Adept slightly out of position. We get a full scout off. We confirm the Stargate, and we confirm the initial units. We confirm the Phoenix. Not Oracle, not Void Ray, but a Phoenix instead. So a much more standard opener here from Nice, opening up Stargate Phoenix. And this can lead into a couple of different things. This could be for the beginnings of Phoenix Colossus. I know a lot of people love that composition, Kappa. It could be Phoenix Colossus. It could be Phoenix into charge lots. And we have some different options here, different kind of tech paths that Nice could go down. As the Phoenixes will give him map control, or at least they should. They should be able to shut down drops and maintain that map control, harass across the map. Speaking of, Phoenix does dip in, does confirm the 2-on-1 setup. Interesting. Okay. I know I said that it does confirm the 2-on-1 setup, but this isn't seen too often here, as we do not go for the add-on swap. But Stim is on the way, Medivacs as well, rushing into Bio, and soon moving out with this Stim timing. Okay. Going for the add-on swap, not for the starport, but for an additional Rax. Now getting into 3 Raxes. Behind this, I was curious if we were going to be seeing a Robo. That is not a Robo, that is going to be a Twilight Council instead. So this is not the beginning of Phoenix Colossus. This looks more like Phoenix Charge. I say Charge because you typically don't go for Blink if you have Phoenixes, because they both have the same role, or a very similar role. Where Phoenixes, they shut down drop play and Medivacs, so do Blink Stalkers. But we shall see. As a Gumiho, he does just send it right through the center of the map. Phoenixes, they're forced to recall. Army is spotted. There is a shield battery, thankfully. Nice. Yep, we spoke about it. There it is. There it is. Charge is on the way. Gumiho has yet to confirm whether it's a Robo or a Twilight Council. Has yet to piece it together. does typically require different responses. Phoenixes, they do manage to get across the map, forcing out a stim. And the Phoenixes will get the hell out of here, but at least it forced Gumiho to back off. Forced him all the way back home. Likewise, Nice was in position, so Gumiho didn't want to overextend. And the aggression has subsided. Gumiho still banking up. Stim is done. It is completed, but we're still waiting for additional medevacs, combat shields, working up towards a second tank. Tank count is getting higher. Xiaomi moves out. Phoenixes do punish Gumiho a little bit. 2 SCVs go down. Nothing major, but some nice damage dealt here by Nice. Able to get some damage done. As a Gumiho, oh my god, almost catching a Phoenix. Likewise, almost losing a medevac. But these Phoenixes are getting very low as Gumiho is getting ready for his push. Combat shields just about to finish by the time the army gets across the map. We're now up to 2 tanks, and we are pulling the boys. Let's go. We're going for the all-in. Nice confirmed with the lack of SCVs at the natural. Now realizes what's going on. Racing back home. Trying to pick up whatever he can. Opting not to chase down some of these Marines. And Nice engaging with the army in the center of the map before the siege. Bleeds out 2 Phoenixes. We do have Charge. Charge is going to be quite impactful here. But the Sim City turrets are thrown down. Tanks will be sieging. And we have to go. The overcharge not going to be quite in range. We do pick up the tanks at least. The tanks are lifted. Zealots putting in some work here on the low ground, but the Zealots are going down. And the Bio Army is just too strong. GG gets pulled. Gumiho takes a 2-0 lead. GG. GG, well played. Unfortunately, Nice just wasn't able to slow down the army enough as it was moving out across the map. Usually you want to pick away at the Marines. You want to pick away at the Marines, maybe force a siege, maybe force an unload. But Gumiho did successfully get all the way across the map, set up his tanks, and had plenty of bio to work with there to just mow his way through all the Zealots, all of the Gateway army. Last Nice just could not engage. Likewise, he was fighting out of range of the shield battery and any potential overcharge, which he did mention. That could have changed things potentially as well. But alas, that was not meant to be. And we are getting ready here. Oh, thank God. We are getting ready for our next game. Getting ready for game number 3, and this has been a pretty fast series so far. Like, even though it's a best of 5, these games have been very quick. They've been very decisive between our 2 players. I'm hoping we can get more of a back and forth here. I mean, to be fair, Gumiho did go for a 2-base all-in, and I mean, again, if you're not quite prepared for it, if you don't slow it down, it hits like a truck. Hoping we can get more out of this, but we'll see how this story ends. We'll see if it can continue. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Golden Aura, we have our South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran representing Cloud9. It is Gumiho. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the Taiwanese Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, struggling in this series. Need your help, need your support to fight back and to make a series out of this. It is Nice. Go. And again, Gumiho did have a long one last night, as in he was competing in the open stage, in the open bracket, and Gumiho did make his way through Ryung, through Creator as well, to make it out of his bracket. We weren't able to cast him, if you remember. Gumiho vs Creator was on the main stage, on the main stream. Wasn't covered by us. But Gumiho already showing what it was made of. And now, spicing things up once again, going for a proxy racks across the map, double gas opener back at home. Once again, aggression is upon us. Here we go. Okay, Gumiho is a dominant force in StarCraft. When it comes to the best Terran players out there, Gumiho, I wouldn't say that he's necessarily, you know, the best at like TVT or TVP or TVZ, but Gumiho's always a wild card. Like, you can never count him out. Put him in a series against Maru, against Serral even. Like, Gumiho can take maps and can cause upsets. If you recall, it was even earlier this year where we had a series between Gumiho and Serral, and it was back and forth. It was great to see, to be honest. I think a lot of people were not quite expecting Gumiho to pose much of a challenge, but again, it was just such an unorthodox series. So Gumiho is never one to count out. As we're going for a proxy 1-1. Oh, let's go. This might just be a proxy 1-1-1 for Hellions and Medevac production, as we are going to be switching things over. There we go. Reactor is now on the way. First Reaper does dive into the main base. And how many probes can we get? So far, good control at a nice. Oh, does pull away in time. Does preserve most of his workers, but one probe finally goes down. Adept will now arrive, but we get a second probe as well. 2 probe kills so far. Behind this, Reactor is finishing up for Gumiho. Can continue that Reaper production, as it is the proxy 1-1-1. Now, I assumed that this was going to be for a Hellion drop into the main, but no, we have a tech lab on the factory. Are we going for a tank drop? There's no shot where add-on switching and going into something like Banshees. Oh. Drilling Claws? No shot. Are we rushing into Drilling Claws? The armory is on the way. So I have seen this one base all-in variation from back at home. Bunny did this build at the start of the season where he went into a 1-1-1, rushed into an armory, rushed into Drilling Claws, and went for a committed mine drop. That's what I assume this armory is for. For those that are curious, in the new patch, you do need the army to research Drilling Claws, and that will... Oh my, going for the Thor drop, never mind! Of course, otherwise we would have seen Winter Mines. So it's going to be a one-base Thor drop here from Gumiho. Gumiho, he's having fun. He's having fun. This is not the first thing that came to mind here in a TVP, but I'm here for it. Yeah, my brain was hyper fixated on like the Drilling Claws potential, but I mean, hey, we would have been making Winter Mines if that was the case, and no, we're rushing into Thor production instead. All right, let's go. We have our first medevac. This to help juggle the Thor. We have a Liberator behind this. I'm ready for the chaos. I'm ready for the nonsense. Nice has yet to piece this together. Nice hasn't really scattered much across the map. Hasn't confirmed the proxy factory or starport. Now will with the Adept, but now it might just be too late, as we're dropping into the main base. Gumiho looking to style a little bit here in game 3. Thor is here. We do have a shield battery in the main base, thankfully. We do have an Immortal as well. Immortal production kicking in. Can check away at the Thor, but the Marines will zone away the Immortal. The Immortal having a hard time engaging the Thor, taking a lot of damage. Overcharge is popped. And Nice is holding the line. With that overcharge, putting in so much work, and we shut down every single Marine. And again, with the Immortals coming out, so we already have one. We have a second Immortal out as well. Like, this Thor isn't really posing too much of a threat. Oh, we're going for the tank. Up. We go for the dive. Tank goes down. Going for the Immortal as well. We do pick off the... We go for the Thor. We do pick off the Immortal. Thor does survive. Second Immortal does come out. We're racing it in. Liberator taking control of the main base. We do get 6 probe kills. Not bad. And the Thor can focus down some of these buildings. The shield battery and the Robo. But Nice is going for the kill. Chasing down the production. The tank barely will not escape. Yeah, there's no place for it to go. SCVs are going down. And again, Gumiho is trying to have some fun here, but he is being camped. Whatever comes out of the production should be shut down, but at the same time, there's still that Thor and the Lib combo in the main base. Okay, we do have 2 shield batteries on the low ground. We have those 2 shield batteries, Stalkers as well. With the overcharge, we can hold our own. Oh, but here comes the Lib. Oh my god. The Liberator does so much damage to these Stalkers, even with the overcharge. Okay, we do deny any mining. 0 economy here for Nice, as that Liberator stands its ground. And there's just no mining. we have control of the main and the natural mineral lines. Forcing the recall into the main. And again, Nice, he can hold against this, but he just needs some money. Stalker's coming in. Oof. Should take a big hit. Stalker's trying to get into a better position here, and it looks like 1 Stalker goes down. Ooh, 2 Stalkers. Almost 3. We have mustered up a large enough army. Liberator finally does fall. But Nice is down to 12 workers. And back at home, Gumiho is transitioning out of this. We have a CC. We have a Rax. We have a 3 Rax, I should say. floating back home. This has been a very messy game, but Gumiho is actually ahead. Like, Gumiho, he has an economy, but the scary thing is, there's not much at home. What is our army looking like? We have a Thor out across the map. We have 2 Marines, a bunker just finishing. It's so clutch. If this bunker wasn't here, then potentially Knights could break in. He might still. Marine does fall. Nothing loads in. Oh, just barely. Did have that Marauder. And Gumiho holds. Gumiho holds the line. Oh, we're okay, Papi. We're okay. As we are going to be dodging Stalker shots with the juggling. We dodged the shots. He's crazy. Gets 2 more probes, gets the hell out of there. Thor is still alive. Meanwhile, that factory's still producing, by the way. We have tank production across the map. Just making the best use out of that proxy. Nice is looking to stabilize. Oh no! This time unable to dodge the shots as the Thor goes down. Thor does finally fall. And Nice is on 2 bases. This is a scary thing here, is that because Nice has 2 Nexi, he can make 2 probes at a time and catch up, even though he went down to 12 workers, has since made up for that. Gumiho is still yet to expand, and are we entering a world where this game stabilizes and we get a mid game out of this? Is this happening? Is this real? Are we going into the mid game? I mean, for now, we have the Prism on the way that's going to allow us to harass across the map. We have a Bay follow-up. This should be for Colossus, but interesting. With War Prison Speed being researched, this could be for Disruptors as well. I mean, I'm feeling a Colossus drop a little bit more viable here, and there it is. Colossus is on the way. So Nice looking to spice things up himself with a Colossus drop. Meanwhile, Gumiho mustering up an army, a small force, but a potent one. Opponent 1 as we are moving out. We are moving out across the map. We have 2 tanks. Nice getting in position. Did spot the army. Oh, juggling there from Gumiho, able to avoid those shots. Does siege up. Will bully the army back. Thankfully, there are 2 shield batteries. Nice can hold on to his natural. Attempted immortal drop on the tanks. Oh! Has to be careful to overextend. Stim is done, so it's combat shield, so it's concussive shell. Gumiho has expanded. And with help of this overcharge, we should be able to break out, but oh, those 2 tanks. Yeah, they just do so much in the back line. And we are rallying across the map. Nova does connect! Takes down the first tank. The flanking Nova. Forget about the Colossus drop. It was Disruptor. Jumping on the main army, once again diving on the tank. Oh, but we bleed out so many Stalkers. We may have gotten the tanks, but it cost us the Gateway army. Zelda going down Stalkers as well. It looks like Gumiho has done it. He's broken through. We have 1 Disruptor here. 2 Disruptors even. Nervous go off. We get 2 Marauders. Up. Get a Marine as well. But again, there's still just too much fire, too much Terran. Boys are being pulled. And GG gets called. It becomes too much to handle, and Gumiho will take the series 3-0, advancing on to the next round. GG. The hell did we just watch? GG, well played. Congratulations here to Gumiho as it does take the series at 3-0, advancing on into the next round. My condolences to Nice as he is going to be eliminated from the tournament. GG, well played. Again, Nice, he was, I believe, able to compete on the main stage last night. I believe he was being covered in the winner stage, if I'm not mistaken. So at least he was able to showcase himself a little bit more. But this series was very quick, very fast, very chaotic, even here in game number 3 from both sides, right? We had game 1 with Nice going for the proxy Void Ray, game 2 with Gumiho going for the 2-base all-in, and here in game 3, Gumiho going for the proxy 1-1-1 Thor drop. Wild. But I mean, that's Gumiho for you. True, true. I mean, this was a very Gumiho series, 100%. Looks So that's from here. Nice will be bowing out. So my condolences to Nice again. He's been competing for a long time, has made himself more known, especially in the Southeast Asian region. But unfortunately here in DreamHack Dallas in ESL Masters Spring, just was unable to bring it here against his opponents. But he went up against some of the best players out there. For those that are curious, in the winner stage, he went up against Serral and Rainer. Like, this is a rough tournament. It could have been anyone that would have been knocked down by both Serral and Rainer, and now Gumiho as well. So there's no shame in falling to any of these players, and I do wish Nice the best moving forward. Do wish him the best. In regards to his career and in regards to competing in StarCraft. Otherwise, congratulations to Gumiho. He does advance on into the next round. And does he have an opponent? Let me just quickly double check here as we head on over to the knockout bracket. For those that are curious, knockout bracket, it's in its name. Players are being knocked out left and right as we speak. They're being knocked out left and right. It looks like Stats vs. Creator is currently on the B stream. I believe that's being covered by Biomorph and Nathanius. Meanwhile, we have Clem vs. Rogue that's being covered on the mainstream. By the mainstream casters at ESL_SC2, and Steadfast is covering Bjorn versus Trigger. Now, I believe that we're going to be wrapping up all of the first round first, followed by, you know, the next round. So we will most likely be jumping in mid-series into Bjorn versus Trigger, as it looks like Bjorn and Trigger are... It looks like Bjorn and Trigger are in Game 3. They're tied up 1-1. They're tied up 1-1, so regardless of what happens, that series will continue, which means we can follow them. So we will be jumping in once they're open, once they're available. Once they wrap up the game they are currently in. So that is going to be the plan. Once all of these first 4 matches wrap up, then we're going to be entering the second half of the knockout stage, where we're going to be casting a Laser versus Classic. Just as a heads up, a Laser v Classic is going to be on this channel a little bit later on down the line. Again, we're just going to be waiting for Bjorn v Trigger. You can catch up on the chat. Hello, oh, hello, Belair. Hello, ¿qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Quack, papi, quack. That was something special. It was. Proxy Marauder would have been a straight up win. But Proxy Marauder would have been less fancy. would have been less stylish. Do we start? Sorry, I'm just confirming whether we can start Classic versus a Laser, or whether we're going to be waiting for all the other matches to wrap up. For now we're going to be going on a short break. And when we return, we will have another series. We'll have another match. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed that lovely Brutal OST. Hope you enjoyed that break as we have returned with our second series of the night. Another best of 5 in the knockout bracket. Round 1, we just wrapped up with Gumiho versus Nice in a very fast best of 5. And now we are here to sink our teeth into Classic versus a Laser in another best of 5 knockout match. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Golden Aura, we have our Polish Zerg player, the blue Zerg representing Team Liquid. It is a Laser. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the red Protoss representing Twisted Minds. It is Classic. Here we go. And if you happen to be in the chat, in the Twitch chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you believe will advance on who you believe will take this series and make it into the next round, and who will be eliminated from the tournament. As a reminder, the loser of this series will be gone from ESL Masters Spring. It is cutthroat. It is the knockout bracket. For now, we're settling in. We are settling in, and I'm excited. I did not have the luxury of casting these players earlier yesterday. We just didn't coincide with our schedules. Classic, of course, was playing in the winners match. He was playing in the winners bracket, I should emphasize. And Classic had a bit of a rough time there against the Terran players and his Terran opponents. I believe Classic went down to Clem and Oliveira last night. Again, purely in the PBT matchup. Whereas now he's up against a Zerg player, so he's gonna be able to flex his skill here in a different matchup entirely. And even so, going down to Clem and Oliveira is no shame in that. They're amazing players in their own right, and it went all the way to the ace match against both of them. Classic is still one of the best players in South Korea, one of the best Protoss in the world. Likewise, a Laser made it out first in his own open stage. A Laser rising up from the open stage, took down Skillus, took down Rogue, took down some pretty high caliber players in his own right, but did go to the ace match against Skillus in the ZVP, so we'll see how this turns out. We'll see if Classic can get the better of a Laser. I'm hoping for a back and forth. The last series was fun, but it was also quite short, and it was a 3-0. I would love to embrace a longer series instead. For now, we're settling in. It is going to be a Hatch Gas full standard opener here from a Laser. Likewise, it is going to be a standard opener from Classic. His tech of choice, a Stargate. It is going to be a Stargate opener here for Classic. Probe moving out to delay the third base, and we will delay it for a couple of, for like a second or two, as we are going to be throwing down that hatchery. So again, a pretty standard setup here from a Laser. The goal here is to drone up, is to protect our mineral lines and defend against the aggression of Classic. The aggression that will soon be upon us with our initial Stargate, with our would-be Oracle. Ooh, interesting as... Okay, we're going for our Stalker. For a moment there, I was like, yo, we're going to open up Void Ray, but it should be with the Oracle. We have a high ground vision with the Oracle, and the Stalker can shut down that Overlord. Meanwhile, across the map, the first step does shade in. Does slip into the main base, again, looking for some scouting information, making sure that Laser is droning, and also looking to pick away at those workers. Takes 2 shots to kill a drone. Likewise, 2 shots to kill a Ling. So far, we get a shot off, and we do manage to shade into the natural instead, and we do get a drone. 1 worker goes down. Oh, we get 2! 2 drones for 1 adept. Not a bad trade here for Classic. Trading 2 for 1. An Oracle has arrived. The Overlord will be shut down. Oh, even going to be supply blocking a Laser for a moment, at least until the third base finishes. Then we will break out. Here we go. That first Oracle has arrived again. The Laser's fully aware. Should be getting ready. We have 2 Queens in the main base. We have a Spore in production. Spore isn't done yet. There is the opportunity for damage. We don't quite find it, as the Oracle is fended off. But again, 1 Oracle is soon going to be joined by another, and then another. It's a triple Oracle opener out of Classic into a third base. With 3 Oracles, you can, more than just one-shot workers, you can pull apart your opponent. You can try to pull apart the attention of the Zerg player. We'll see if we can. For now, we have pulled our 3 Queens here at the third base. Good stutter stepping so far. We do get some hull damage, and we do not get a drone. Nice reaction there from a Laser. Oh, does pull away in time, both at the natural and the third base. Very nice control from our Zerg player. So far, no major losses. But again, we have only just begun. Now we have Adepts in conjunction with the Oracles. Behind this, we have our Forge, our Twilight Council, working towards a +1 and Blink follow-up. And the Adepts have arrived. But now just clearing up some creep, threatening a shade. We do commit, actually. Oh, committing into the natural, but Lings are lying in wait. We get a full surround, and the Adepts are going to be shut down. They get 2 drones to their trouble at the same time. Oracles, they dive into the third base. There are 3 Queens in position. We get 5 drone kills. The Oracles will barely escape, but it did cost us all those Adepts. That was 3 Adepts for 5 drones. At least the Oracles did survive. We can race back home and protect our third base. But again, we were hoping for more damage, hoping for more efficient trades. Now without the Adepts, Lings can threaten the third and force the activation of the Pulsar Beam. Shield batteries on the way. Classic is stuck at home. Is still threatening with one of these Oracles, but one is that much less imposing, and a laser should be much more comfortable here. So we do slip into the natural. Oh, going for the stasis. We go for the stasis instead. Nice reaction, catching 1 drone. So far, so good. And there is that follow-up tech that we spoke about, +1 and Blink. Interesting, as we have a couple of options. Typically, we would either choose to delay our gases, throw down additional gateways, be hyper-aggressive with +1 Blink Stalkers, or take gases, go into Colossus. Instead, we have extra gases and Templar Archives here for Archons, for potentially Storm. Storm has become a much more popular choice here as a tech transition. A lot more Storm play, a lot more Archon play. It has been quite trendy. It feels like Colossus production and Colossus transitions have been a little bit less common as of late. When I say as of late, I mean the last 6 months. This past year of StarCraft. Seeing less Colossus, more of that Storm. Meanwhile, a laser cutting workers at just under 3 base saturation. That is going to be 6 workers here, sorry, 60 workers for a laser. We're applying pressure with the Lings, but here come the Drop Lords. Here comes Overlord Speed. And we're going for an all-in. A laser, it's all or nothing, and I believe Classic has yet to piece this together. Do have a safety cannon on the way. 4th base being taken. We're in the midst of teching. We're in the midst of working towards Storm. Here comes the army. Now, what's scary here is that we don't have any Immortals. We have Observers on the way. We have a Robo, but no Immortal production from Classic. He doesn't know how much danger he's in. We have a double drop into the main base. And a laser moving out towards the 4th. Going for a surround. Shield battery's not done. Yeah, nice surround here from a laser. We catch the Zealots. Queens are coming in. Storm isn't ready. The High Templar. We go for the surround. We catch the High Templar. One of them goes down too. We get 3. Only 1 High Templar survives. Again, we were hoping, banking on those Storms. By the time it finishes, we only have the 1. And GG gets called. Classic called completely with his pants down, and a laser takes the first game. Whew. GG. GG, well played. A laser does take a lead here again, going for the basically 3 base all-in, or just under 3 base all-in, and did catch his opponent completely off guard. Sorry, I'm just making the lobby for the next game. Just making the lobby and making sure that we can get everyone in. Making sure we have everyone beautiful. Aha, thank you. And yeah, just caught Classic completely off guard, and he was just getting ready for a longer game, getting ready for a later game with a 4th base, with further tech, with further production. And a laser went for the kill. Whew. From here, we're getting into game number 2 on Ghost River. Again, I apologize, I was just focusing on inviting all the players, making the lobby, making sure we had everyone we needed. And yeah, despite how active we were with the Oracles, we weren't able to confirm lack of saturation, weren't able to confirm the army moving out across the map. Classic had very little map vision there to give him the heads up that he so desperately needed to get ready back at home. We spoke about it, you know, if he was aware, we would have been seeing Immortals, would have been seeing more side defense, cannons, shield batteries, a stronger reaction, a stronger setup. We were caught off guard, and now we're getting into our next game and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Ghost River. We have our South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Twisted Minds. Down in the series, but it's a best of 5. Plenty of games ahead of us. It is Classic. And spawning in the top left-hand corner. Oh, going for... Okay, at 15-15, we have our Blue Zerg player representing Team Liquid from Atlanta, Poland, leading the series 1-0. It is a laser. Here we go. So this is going to be a 15-15. It's a 15 spawning pool leading to a 15 hatchery. Ooh, but Classic does get here in time to force that unnatural natural, and a laser, what does he do with that drone? Instead of expanding on the low ground, we are moving out across the map for a proxy hatchery. A laser saying, mate, you forced me to not throw down my natural? Is this what you wanted? Well, here you go. If this is what you wanted. Drone has arrived. We do threaten the hatchery. We do have enough minerals for it, and do we get it in time? Ooh, not quite. We get the hatchery as a part of the wall instead. Hatchery has been thrown down. Lings are on the way. Remember, it was a 15 spawning pool timing, so a much earlier spawning pool leads to Lings flooding across the map. Oh, sorry, my apologies. Sorry, I thought it was a 15. It was a 14 spawning pool. There was no cancel. Lings are flooding across the map. The hatchery does disrupt the wall, does create more surface area to abuse as well. The SimCity is a little bit more awkward. And for now, we're going for probe kills, applying pressure to the gateway. Oh, we do fully wall off with that pylon. Do fully wall off. But that gateway is under threat. And that gateway is getting lower and lower here. It's going to be shut down. The Zealot is on the way. A lot more Lings have arrived. Do we force a cancel? We do. We force a cancel on the hatchery. Oh, barely get another one down. Again, just making sure we have the best angle possible here for the Zerg, for these Lings. Gateway taking a lot of hull damage. We're up to 2 Zealots. 3rd Zealot's on the way. 3rd Zealot is in production, chronoing out that Adept. The laser is expanding back at home, but still flooding Lings. Remember, this is gasless. No Ling speed, no Banelings, no Roaches, just pure Ling. Pure slow Lings here for a laser. Ooh, yeah, it looks like we have defended. We have defended, we have held, and we should start droning. And there it is. Drones are on the way. A laser going for a 3rd base. And now the turns have tabled. So, Classic has survived the aggression, and now we can counterattack. We have an Adept. We have soon to be 3 Adepts and 3 Zealots. Now, what is scary is that this army will soon be moving out, and what do we have to defend? Slowlings. I say that, but this first Adept is going to get surrounded. Nice catch. Almost, as the laser doesn't quite catch the Adept. Whew. Does shade on out. Does shade on in between the bases. But again, there's no Ling speed. Without Ling speed, without any kind of secure way to keep up, this counterattack with these 3 Adepts and these 3 Zealots can do a lot of damage. We only have 1 Queen. And we already get 1 drone. Ooh, 2nd drone goes down. This is already 3 drones go down for 1 Adept. It doesn't sound like a lot, but a laser, he's on 14 drones. Barely has an economy to begin with. We can't afford these losses. Speaking of, another drone goes down. Here comes that army. Doesn't look like a lot, but in this game state, it does pose a threat. 1 Queen kiting its heart out. Another drone will escape, morphing into a gas geyser. You can see Classic being very careful with his army. Collapsing on that Queen. The Queen takes a lot of hits. So that's a shade into the mineral line. Drones are going down. How many do we get? We get 3. Do manage to get 3 drones. Those Zealots are on the hunt for that Queen, but so far we do keep it alive. Whew, just barely. And laser does hold, but what did we lose in the process? 7 drones. 7 drones went down. A laser stuck on 22 workers, is on 3 bases, but still no, really barely any gas saturation. And Classic is settling in. Honestly, Classic on 31 probes, working towards our Stargate, is in a good position. Is in a very nice position here from the side of our Protoss player. A laser is still recovering from the failed early game aggression. So I want to give Classic the edge coming into the mid game. Speaking of edge, we have 5 Adepts moving out. And what do we have to defend? We have 12 Slowlings and 3 Queens. Oh boy. Oh, this third base looking very vulnerable. That queen is low from earlier. No, and the queen. The queen is under fire, and it's gonna be shut down. Not just the queen, we can go for the drones. Queen does fall, we catch 2 workers. The creep tumor, at least some of these workers will escape. But we're camping the third base, denying any mining here from those 4 drones. Shading towards the natural. Not quite committing. And we're not done. We've only just begun here for Classic, because here comes the Oracle. Second Oracle's on the way behind this. Twilight Council as well as a follow-up. That could be Glaives. This could be for Glaive Adepts, as the Queens that can barely hold their own. 7 drones go down with the Oracle and the Adepts. Oh, as we still trade efficiently against the Lings. Not even Glaives. Not yet. Now, again, this Twilight Council has no Forge. There's no Forge follow-up. We should be expanding. Yeah, third base is about to finish up. I'm curious if this is going to be Blink or Glaives. Both are very much so viable. And yep, there it is. Glaive Adepts for Classic. We're going for the 1-2 punch. You can see how much a laser is already struggling against vanilla Adepts, let alone Glaives. Oracles, they dip into the natural. We don't quite commit to the shade. We head towards the third base instead. GG gets called. It's just far too much. Classic snowballs out of control and ties up the series 1-1. GG. GG, well played. We do tie up the series 1-1. And really, this is all we wanted here. I wanted a back and forth. Again, in that last game, we saw a laser attempt a bit of cheese, attempt some aggression, but it fell on its face. Did end up falling on its face. Did fall on its face in the end. Diving into our next game. Again, we saw how quickly a laser was punished for his build there. Again, the downside of what he had gone for is no gases, right? No gases, low saturation, of course, low economy, and with only a handful of units in the hands of a master, in the hands of a player of the caliber of Classic, we saw how much so little did. With only a handful of Adepts, a handful of Oracles, a handful of Zealots, we snowballed out of control. It was just far too much. It was a laser's turn to be caught with his pants down. But now we're diving into game 3. We are tied up 1-1. We're here to determine who takes a lead in this best of 5. Spawning in the top left hand corner of site Delta, we have our Polish Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Team Liquid. It is a laser. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the Blue Protoss player. The Blue Protoss representing Twisted Minds. Tying up the series 1-1, it is Classic. Go. As a probe is moving out, a laser headed for the third base location, forced to take the unnatural natural. And this time there's no shenanigans. This time there's no proxy hatch, there's no early game aggression. A laser just expanding at the third base location instead, and we should be settling into our game. Go. The hatch gas pool from our Zerg player. Likewise across the map, a laser going for his own gate expand setup. Nothing too crazy early on. We see a laser being a nuisance here with his probe, just applying a bit of pressure, harassing the mineral line. But outside of this, we're going to be easing into a much more standard game. I see in the chat. There's someone baiting out answers. Who is it? CJ Entis. Might be CJ Entis. Don't get baited, Bobby. He's just trying to He's feigning ignorance. That's for reactions. I did that. It's fine. It's fine. For now, we're settling in. Getting into game number 3. And I'm looking forward to a more back and forth. You know, it's great that we're tied up, and it's great that we're, you know, really sinking our teeth into this best of 5, don't get me wrong. But these games have been quite fast. Game 1 was a Laser going for a 3-base all-in. Game 2 was Laser failing his early game aggression. Now we should have more of a back and forth and more of a mid-game here between our two players. I might be speaking too soon. I might be getting ahead of myself, but I'm hoping that we can get that. Hoping that we can get that. As for now, there's that Stargate opener out of Classic. Should be 4 Oracles. And once again, we're going to be entering that dance in the early game of Oracle Aggression, Oracle Harassment. Alongside these Adepts, we'll see if Laser can keep up. He was able to on Goldenor, if you remember, if you recall. We'll see if we can do it again. See if he can. As our first Adept is joined by a second, going to be threading a shade into the mineral lines. And we do head towards that mineral line, but we have Lings, we have Queens in position, nice target firing out of a Laser, and the Adepts are forced back. So far, so good. Now we have our first Oracle moving out. Second is on the way. Back at home, those Adepts should be getting in position to expand and take a third base. Third is now soon to be in production, as it has been thrown down. Laser does spot it and is going to try to apply some pressure here, but Classic does have the tools he needs to defend. That second Oracle is about to pop. First doesn't quite dive in. Not yet. We're holding up. We're just going to be waiting for that second Oracle to arrive. And that is a very fast Twilight Council. My apologies, I just realized. Okay, so this could be another Glaive Adept follow-up out of Classic, or this could be Blink for the beginnings of a 3-base all-in. There it is. Glaives is on the way. No Forge, no +1 upgrades alongside this. This is a very tricky follow-up here from Classic. Again, everything looks normal, everything looks standard. His hope is that a Laser would maybe overdrone. He would overdrone, he would delay his Roach Warren. Roach Warren was thrown down a little bit earlier. This was around a 4-minute 40 Roach Warren timing, 4:30-ish. With that, we should have Roaches out in time. Thankfully for a Laser. And we'll see if Classic can pull a Laser apart. The way this works is that Classic is going to be banking up Adepts back at home. We'll shade them across the map, and he's going to be looking for some economic damage. And he needs that damage, by the way. Classic is delaying Blink. He's delaying +1, delaying any further tech in favor of these Glaive Adepts. So they need to be worth it. They do need to be worth it here. For now, the Adepts do confirm the timing of the Roach Warren. Roach Warren is already done. Adepts keeping a Laser busy. We haven't really dealt much economic damage, but here come the reinforcements. And Glaives is now done. Oh, we do keep them in the back line, keeping them hidden. A Laser, despite having the Roach Warren, he has been droning. This was the hope. This was the plan for Classic. We had the tech, but we did not have any Roaches ready for this. We do fully wall off just in time. The wall is up and running. We're trying to break through. Lings, are being completely cleaned up here. They melt against the Adepts. And we're knocking down the front door. That's a kill, not a cancel. And we've broken in. Drones are falling. Good reaction here out of a Laser. Does pull away immediately. Only 3 drones go down. That could have been so much worse. And now we're shading into the main. Oof. This time a bit of a later reaction from a Laser. We get 11, 12 drone kills at the same time. Because they catch the transferring workers. The transferring drones. They do get caught out at 11, 12, sorry, 17, 18. 18 work. Can we get 20? Oh. We can. We can. We will. We'll get even more than that. 22, 23, 24 drones go down. This is more than enough damage. This is game-ending damage. As we are not even done. Nowhere close. And back at home, what do we have? We have Immortal Production to defend against the Roach counterattack. We have a Gateway Explosion, and we should be working towards Blink or even Charge. We spoke about how this Glaive Adept build from Classic needed to get damage done. We did more than enough. This having Classic, he succeeded in more ways than he was hoping for, as we get 33 drone kills. Ay, ay, ay. A massive blow to the economy here of a laser. And this is brutal. A laser desperately going for a counterattack, but we can't. What can we do with this? We don't have Overlord, we don't have Roach Speed, we don't have any Roach upgrades. Back at home, we have Immortal Sentry. Classic is perfectly safe and sound back at home. And a laser, he has some catching up to do. Now, you may be looking at this, and you may be thinking, a laser, he's on 72 workers. He's fine, right? No. The soup does lie. Basically, he's been stuck resaturating, and this has delayed tech, this has delayed army, this has delayed everything else here in favor of redroning and resaturating all these bases. Again, Roach Speed just now starting, +1 range, we're taking up into Hydras, and meanwhile, Classic is refining his army. Immortals. We have Charge Dots, Sentries, working towards Archon production as well. This follow-up push here from Classic, I don't know if it can be stopped. That's 4 Immortals. That's insane. Ay, ay, ay. And a laser's going for an all-in. I like this. I like this choice here. A laser, he's just doubling down, just sending everything across the map. A laser knows that he cannot contend in a longer macro game. He will be outscaled. Charge not done yet. Finishing up in a couple of seconds. All the miles. Miles do graze the army. Bit of mispathing as well. Almost catching an Archon. Classic has to piece this together, calm things down. Adept's harassing one of these southern mineral lines. Does the mining at the 3rd. And here comes the push. We catch the Queens! The Queens are caught out. So 1, 2, 3, 4 Queens going to be falling here. A great start for Classic. And he is pushing in. Oh, the force fields are brutal. Again, only the 1 Ravager. We completely cut up the army. Oh my god, the force fields are insane! And there's no answer. Again, there's no Ravagers. We clean up most of the Roaches. From here, Classic can pull back. More Zealots on the way. The Hydras are putting in some work in the back line. They're doing well for themselves. They're doing very nicely. We need more Zealot reinforcements, and they have arrived. We've broken through the Zealots. Now we're getting into the juicy center of those Hydras, and you can see a laser's army melt before the might of Classic. Again, the quality for Classic was there. A laser working with inflated Roach supply. GG gets called, and Classic will take a lead in the series. GG. GG, well played. Classic, again, just snowballing out of control with his Glaive Adepts. And again, even though a laser was quote-unquote keeping up in terms of supply, the quality of the supply is what matters most. Is what matters most there in that scenario. As you saw Classic just break through that line. And crush on through. And with that, GG. Classic is now 1 game away from taking this. Uno mas is all that he does need. Oh, hold on. Here we go. We are good to go. Whew. As we're diving into game number 4 here. Again, Classic needs 1 more win to claim the series. A laser needs to fight back here and now to force that ace match. Here we go. And here we go, we're diving into game number 4 and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Alkione. We have our South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss representing Twisted Minds. Again, 1 game away from taking it all. It is Classic. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the red Zerg player representing Team Liquid. He has to fight back here and now to force that ace match. It is a laser. Go. Oh my, where are we going? And as we're settling into Alcyone, we do have a laser moving out towards that gold base and is going to be taking it as his natural. Here we go. So it is going to be a hatch expand, or it is going to be an expand here from a laser rushing into the gold. Classic is going to scout this, and Classic does traditionally respond to this with a cannon rush, and I'm curious if that's going to be the case. Yep, pylons being thrown down, and we should be seeing a forge back at home. Now, we have seen this dynamic many a times. If you are familiar with the Korean scene, you would know that Classic, Hero, a lot of the Korean Protoss players are very familiar with this build against Dark. Dark is very fond of this, and their usual response is to cannon rush the hell out of this and shut down the gold. Cannons are soon going to be on the way. Cannons will soon be in production. Now, we did see Shin. We did see Shin versus Classic. Ooh, this was like 2 weeks ago in, I want to say, KSL, where Shin was able to pull this off, able to defend against a cannon rush, shut down the proxy robo, which Classic attempted here on the low ground, and get away with this. And get away with the gold and take the series as well. Shin, he popped off against Classic. Can a laser do the same as we force a cancel? And there we go. We force a cancel on the gold. Classic forced to expand elsewhere. These are delayed expansions. We could even try to cannon rush this as well. I don't know how viable that would be, as the cannon's going to be quite late. Yeah. We just come in for the scout. We confirm a laser's double expanding, and Classic is ahead. Kind of. It's a little bit more complicated than that. Laser's expansions are very delayed expansions. At the same time, Classic, his own tech is delayed because of the forge. Now, thankfully, we only made one cannon. Classic, he only had to invest one cannon and one pylon here to force the cancel, so even though he is a little bit delayed, so is a laser. And you could argue that this is hurting a laser more with the late production alongside the late economy. Go. As for now, we are going to be taking our natural base. We're going to be settling into our 3-base setup here. A laser now taking his gases, just focusing on Ling's speed before pulling out. And a Classic back at home is settling into his Stargate, into his oracles. Production is on the way. You see Classic just again testing the waters. It's so important right now, actually, for Classic to confirm that there's no all-in. Like, we need to make sure that there's droning. After a bit of a blundered start for a laser, it's very possible that he could throw down a Roach Warren, take like 1 or 2 extra gases, or just even 1 extra gas, go for a Ravager Ling all-in. Classic needs to confirm. But now, oracles are on the way. 3rd base soon to be taken. A laser is droning, is saturating his bases. Classic should be free to settle into his own 3-base setup. Lings, they do make their way across the map. There is still the oracle to defend, and yeah, we're able to hold on to our 3rd. Lings, they don't do much. 22 more Lings in production there. Oh my god. A laser, he really wants that 3rd. And with this many Lings, we can get it. Before that does occur, we saw that one adept threatening that 3rd. And here we go, the Lings, they're flooding across the map. Their goal is to shut down the Nexus. Both oracles are staying back at home. And we can defend. Can we force the cancel, though? Yeah, the DPS is too high, and it looks like we will force the cancel. Not a bad pickoff here for a laser, but that was a big investment. Bearing in mind, those 20 Lings could have been drones. And we're going for another up. And it looks like we do force a 2nd cancel. Okay, I see you, a laser. Not bad. We delay the 3rd base quite heavily. Meanwhile, behind this, ooh, that is a Twilight Council. I don't see a Forge. This feels like Glaive Adepts again. It feels like the same build that we saw on Site Delta, where we could rush into Glaives, build up an Adept count, and move out across the map. This could still be Blink, and okay, there we go. If you remember, I mentioned Blink on the side Delta game. It was Glaives in the end, but I was talking about Blink. There is a Blink all-in that you can go for here, and this can hit like a truck. The goal here is for Classic to saturate his third base, build up his gateway count. Blink is insanely fast, and it can hit quite hard here, and this should be the beginnings of an 8-gate 3-base all-in. I say should be, we can transition out of it. The Classic has options. Regardless, aggression is going to be coming out from Classic. Meanwhile, Oracles, they do head towards that third base. We pick off a couple of workers. 3 drones go down. A laser is still building up, still droning. Still saturating his bases. Adepts forcing back the queens. But no big pickoffs yet. Bearing in mind that Laser did scout the tech structure, but for all he knows, it could be Glaive Adepts again. And we are making roaches. Meanwhile, Classic is taking up, working towards the Temple Archives. Okay, so it's not going to be the 8-gate Blink all-in. It is not. We do shade into the main. Lings are forced back. We're making our way towards that mineral line. And how many workers can we get? So far, 1. And only 1. We shade over towards the third instead. Queens, they do wall off. They're thick. And for the most part, a laser is minimizing his losses here. Only 2 drones have fallen. We're shutting down the Adepts for the most part. Now getting up to 5, barely 6, 7 drone kills. But how many Adepts was that? 7 drones for 9 Adepts. That was a better trade for a laser. Much better defense. Meanwhile, back at home, I'm curious if Classic is still going to move out. Blink is now finishing. Again, really fast Blink here for Classic so he can be active with his army. But at the same time, we took our gases. We're going for Storm. We're working towards a Forge and +1. Here on the left-hand side. There we go. +2 now on the way. We're taking up. We're working towards a longer game. A later game. Specifically the mid-game. But, you know. So Classic is macroing. Is moving out with these Stalkers. Remember, Blink is done. So is +1. But we're only really harassing. We're just kind of testing the waters, vying for map control, picking off a couple of stray units here and there. We got 2 Overlords, for example. But we shouldn't be getting much more than that. Likewise, a laser is settling into his 4-base setup. Remember, we didn't lose too many workers earlier. Economy is still looking solid. And laser's working towards Roach Hydra. Oh, we catch a High Templar! Not just 1! A second High Templar goes down as well. Very nicely done here by Laser, catching 2 High Templar. At the same time, Oracles, they confirm the Hydra production. As they do face check the natural base. 2 Oracles, they barely do escape. And a Laser has quite a bit of momentum going his way. And we're maxing out. We're massing up Roaches and Hydras. There's going to be a massive push towards the third base. Classic, can he defend against this? Again, losing 2 High Templar early on. That is brutal. We have 1 shield battery as well. It's going to be a tough hold for the Protoss. Rock's being knocked down. Laser pushing on in. Catches the Oracles. Both Oracles go down. Stasis traps are baited out. Sends a Laser not quite in position. Has to rotate over. We're still looking for some juicy storms. We do get 1. Not a bad storm. They do graze those Hydras. +2 is denied. Everything is depowered at the natural. Again, the storms aren't bad. We do force the overcharge. The Immortals are holding their own. Oh, they're trying to, but there's not enough support. Not enough buffer. 1 Immortal goes down. Oh, and we get a second. Second Immortal falls as well. At the same time, Lings, they just busted into that natural base. 21 probes go down. And even if a laser gets forced back here, he's done enough damage. 21 workers focusing on the cyber core, denying upgrades, denying production. Again, there was just so much tech here at the natural base. And behind this, a laser, he can mass up a second wave. He can mass up a second army. Yeah, more Roach Hydra. Consolidating here outside the bases of Classic. Now, Classic did at least hold on to the 4th, so we have an economy, but for only so long. Laser doesn't commit. is pulling back, but here comes the main army. The High Templar, no, not again! The High Templar, they're exposed. Not enough energy for Storm. And we force out the Archon. Overcharges pop, but the main army's out of range. No overcharge support. Force the blink on over. And it looks like a laser just has too much. We will be forcing the ace match. Getting defended beautifully earlier, and now with the counterattack, GG gets called. A laser ties up the series 2-2. We are going to the ace match. Whew. Let's go. Whew. Let us go. Loving the laser lords in the chat. Oh, we're going all the way to game 5. Again, this is all we wanted, all I wanted out of this series is to go the distance. To go the distance here. Again, it's not the first time this series that we have seen Classic caught out as he was working towards Storm. Again, very crisp timing there from a laser. Catching out those initial High Templar. Really awkward angle for Classic as well. If you remember, he was kind of zoned away from his own natural. A laser was able to break through. And now, we're down to game 5. The final game of the series. How will this story end? Who will advance on and who will be eliminated from the tournament? Again, personally, I wish we could see both these players make a deep run here in ESL Masters Spring. But there's only enough room for one of them. Oh boy. All comes down to this. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our Polish Zerg player. The blue Zerg representing Team Liquid. Ooh, tying up the series, forcing the ace match. It is a laser. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Protoss player representing Twisted Minds, being forced into game 5. Can he bounce back? It is Classic. Whew. Let's go. Here we go. It all ends here. Now, Oceanborn is known for a couple of different play styles, and one of the big ones is 3-base all-ins from the side of Zerg. From the side of Zerg players, we've seen many times, even over this very weekend, we've seen multiple players cut workers at 66 or even 60, basically 3-base saturation, and go for a Queen, Ling, Roach, Ravager all-in towards the third base. One of the big reasons why all-ins are quite popular on Oceanborn is because, unlike some of these other maps, there's no high ground advantage at the third base location. And there's only one third. Like, you never expand and take the southern center third base. You would typically always expand here triangularly. But again, like, to gain into this, or to get onto this point of elevation, you go up this ramp. In the center of the map, there's no ramp here right at the base itself, so there's less of a defense advantage. Likewise, you can also either push towards the third or even rotate in between the third and the natural as well, just making a really awkward defense. So we have seen a lot of all-ins. At the same time, we've seen a lot of Protoss players get better and better at defending and identifying these all-ins. So there is that kind of give and take here. We'll see if a laser does embrace it, or if we have something else planned and in store on Oceanborn. As often as we see all-ins on Oceanborn, at the same time, this is the ace match, right? It's game 5. Do we risk it on something like that? Does a laser have the cojones to try to pull that off, Papi? Does he have the pierogis, Papi? We'll see. For now, Stargate opener. It's going to be a Stargate opener from Classic. Going to be opening up with his initial Oracle. Opening up with those Oracles. Third base is now being taken by a laser. So we are settling in. Once again, the other game is just as standard can be. It's going to be on the laser to keep up with the Adepts and with the Oracles. We have seen Classic succeed and fail with this harass, with this aggression. We'll see how we can piece it all together here. There's that first Oracle. Adept shades into the main. We'll check saturation, confirming there's no extra gases or no extra gas mining. Making sure nothing crazy is going on. Ooh, nice positioning with these queens, though. Ooh, as we almost catch the Adept. We'll barely get away. We'll barely escape. Oracle has arrived. Interesting that we're going to be opening up with a Stalker, not with a second Adept. We'll shut down the Overlord supply, blocking a laser for a moment. Now here comes that Oracle aggression. We have a Spore here at the natural. We have 3 queens at the third. And we do manage to get a worker. Oh, we get 1, we get 2. 2 drones at the natural, not bad. Building up towards 2 more Oracles, a second and soon to be a third. And once again, only 1 queen here at the natural base. We get 3 drones, then we back off. I believe that's 5 in total. Oh my god. This Classic has to be careful. Did keep the Oracles in range for a moment. We'll get away. And back at home, Classic. Following this up with a Forge and a Twilight Council. This should be +1 and Blink. Should just be a standard +1 Blink transition out of Classic. A laser going for a safety Roach Warren around the 4-minute 30 mark. Roach Warren's on the way. +1 melee as well. Classic does move out, clearing up a decent amount of this creep. Will threaten a dive, does commit to the shade. Diving into the natural. Queens do zone away the Oracles at least. And we do get 2 drones. But plenty of links to defend. We collapse on the Adepts. As we force out another shade to the high ground. Oh my god. Very good use of the terrain. 5 drones go down. The Oracles, they add a bit of support in the air. But they can only do so much. The Adepts are cleaned up. And a laser defense. In total, it's going to be 10 worker kills for 5 Adepts. Not a bad trade, not bad aggression here from Classic. Not bad harassment. Maybe a better way of putting it. And now we're calming things down. We're still being active with the Oracles, but back at home we're working towards our upgrades, towards our Robo, Temple Archives. We're taking up quite a bit here. Quite a bit of tech from Classic on his 3-base setup. Taking his extra gases. And a laser. Do you see what I see? I see pneumatized carapace. I see Overlord speed. Okay, Oracles, they do dive in once again. They manage to catch 5 more drones. Does force extra workers to be made. Overlord speed is very suspect to me. We do have the lair finishing up. I believe this should be for Dropplelords. Are we going all in? Are we cutting workers? We spoke about this before, how popular and how common all-ins are on Oceanborn from the side of Zerg players. And there it is. We have the all-in. So laser is cutting workers at 61. That is just under 3-base saturation. It's going to be queens in the Overlords. We're going to be rushing roaches across the map with links as well. It's all or nothing for a laser. Again, a very common build on this map. We'll see if Classic can hold and survive this. We'll have a couple of Immortals. Immortals are on the way. Immortals are in production as we speak. That will help quite a bit in the defense. How many shield batteries? We have 2 shield batteries on the way. 3 shield batteries on the way. We confirm. Classic, he has sussed this out. Is getting ready. Throwing down a wall of static defense. Cannons, shield batteries, stasis traps. It's all or nothing. At the same time, a laser going for a drop towards the natural and a drop towards the main. We have Lings making the way to the mineral lines. We do focus down one of the Dropplelords, and we get the other. Ooh, just barely. Both Dropplelords go down. Ling drop into the mineral line, into the natural. But the stasis. Very nice stasis here for Classic. Lings are being cleaned up. A Dropplelord into the main base. So far, not too much damage. Classic is keeping up. But the Immortal's exposed. Oh, the overcharge barely doesn't keep it alive. Nice catch there by a laser, but the storms are brutal. Storms did connect. Lings are cleaned up in the main, and now we can focus on the main defense, or on the defense at the natural, on the main army. Another Immortal is looking exposed. But the Zerg player's running out of steam. We're running out of roaches, running out of lings. We dive on top of the army, we focus on the queens and the ravagers, and Classic has held. Not just held, we can counterattack. A laser was all in, we needed more. What did we get here? 3 probes? We got 3 probes, we got 1 immortal, we got 1 archon for 75 lings. 75 lings, 5 queens, 11 roaches, just far too much. Again, Classic doing his best stats impression. The Shield of Ire or the Mao. Pick your poison. There's a solid defense there from Classic. He held the line. We do end up catching an Immortal, but again, these Oracles and Stalkers, they're getting out of hand. The Lynx, they're putting in some work though. Oh, not bad. Trading minerals for gas. Catching a lot of Stalkers. Yeah, his reinforcements are on the way, and alas, Classic, he still barely holds on, is going to be forced back. Classic has to retreat. A laser is down in workers. He's down in economy. There's no hydrogen, no extra gases, no infestation pits. Classic is still, sorry, a laser is still not droning. It looks like we're going for a second all-in. We'll keep an eye on that production tab. Meanwhile, Classic's chilling. Classic is chilling out. He's expanding, taking a 4th base, working towards +2, second robo. There's no rush for Classic, to be honest. He can just chill. He can just defend, get up to 4 bases, and move out once he is maxed. Laser trying to go for some drop play. Desperately looking for some economic damage, but alas, he won't find any. We do see a laser working towards a hydrogen, droning up. Is now saturating his bases. And this is all well and good, but the reality is that a laser, he has a lot of catching up to do. Again, all these upgrades in tech are heavily delayed for a laser. Ideally, at this stage, we would be seeing a hive and like a lurker den. That's not the case. We're still working on the infestation pit for the hive, for the lurkers. Which means Classic is going to hit his stride first. We're going to hit a brutal timing with Storm and Immortals. And we'll see if a laser can buy time. That's the biggest thing for a laser. He needs to somehow buy some time. Whether it's maybe going for a run by as Classic moves out and forces him to turn back around, going for a drop into a mineral line and killing workers, catching out the High Templar. There are opportunities, but again, we have to find and create those opportunities. Speaking of, we can catch an Immortal. I'll pick up at a Classic, saves the Immortal back at home. Lings thread the natural. They force back the army, but oh, we're bleeding out a lot of Lings. A lot of Lings are going down. You can see a laser being active on the right-hand side, once again trying to go for his own run-by. And here comes the death ball of an army that Classic has. We have Immortals, we have Storm, we have Archons, we have all things Protoss. And a laser doesn't have the Lurker Den yet. Defending with Ling Hydra. Again, we went all the way to the Ace match. Tournament life is on the line. A laser trying to hold on. But what can we do against the Storms, Papi? What can we do? Queens lead the charge. They do tank some Storms. Hydras are preserved, but only for so long. And massive Storms on the Hydras. And we have Storms for days. We have Storms for days. GG gets called as we snowball out of control, and Classic will take the series 3-2, advancing on to the next round. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations to Classic as he will take the series. My condolences to a laser as he will be eliminated from ESL Masters Spring. GG, well played. Again, a laser did opt to go for the all-in. Now, something that I didn't really emphasize at the time, but I should, is that this variation that a laser went for is a little bit newer. We have been seeing it actually quite a bit from the European Zerg players. Not just a laser, we saw it in the open stage as well. And that is to go for this 3-base all-in with the Ling drops. If you remember, when a laser went for it, we had a drop of links towards the natural and a drop of links towards the main. That is something that's a little bit more modern. That is something that we didn't traditionally see, you know, a year ago, for example, on Oceanborn. So that it has been a really cool adaptation that has been finding a lot of success. Again, we saw it work yesterday in the open stage for some of these other Zerg players. I think Lambo did it. If I remember correctly, I believe it was done during the series between Lambo and Hearthstone. So it can be quite difficult to keep up. But it's also likely that Classic has encountered this situation before. When we had the drop towards the natural, Classic was able to warp in and defend in time. Likewise, the drop came into the main as the all-in was happening, and Classic did pull his oracles back to defend. His oracles cleaned up all the lings, and then he focused on the main front, on the main push. So a very clinical defense there at a Classic. Clearly, he has encountered that before, was very prepared for it, and did not catch him off guard. Not catch him off guard. GG, well played. Congratulations here to Classic. My condolences again to Alazer. He's an amazing player, right? I mean, hey, he made a series out of this. He forced an ace match against Classic, who I would say is the second best Protoss in Korea, and one of the best Protoss in the world. I would say probably top 5, maybe even top 4 Protoss in the world. Maybe even top 3. Like, would I put Classic above Showtime? Maybe. I had to think about it. But yeah, to force the ace match against Classic is very impressive. Very impressive stuff there. GG, well played. And again, congratulations to Classic. Whew. And with that, that is going to be wrapping up our second series of the day. And now we have to figure out what comes next. We'll be sorting that out. So we're gonna be going on a short break. Sorry, I'm being messaged regarding the knockout bracket and the upcoming matches. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the Wikipedia page. Let's quickly actually double check here. Okay, so we have, what do we have available? We have Gumiho versus Clem. We have Björn versus Stats. We have Classic versus either Cure or Nightmare. And then we have the winner of Scarlet versus Estrella versus the winner of Lambo and Spirit. Okay, so basically, we are casting round 2. Up next is going to be round 2. The mainstream and the B stream have priority, so I do need to quickly go and check what the mainstream and B stream want. And then Steadfast and I will decide how we divvy up whatever's left. So up next is going to be a round 2 match in the knockout stage. And then after that, we're going to have a round 3 match as well. And again, the way this works here on this channel is that the mainstream and the B stream, they pick what they want first, and then whatever's left over goes to ourselves and Steadfast. So that's how things will work out. So yeah, we're going to be going on a short break. When we return, I'll give you an update on what we're casting. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. Till then, see you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. I apologize for the extended delays, but we have returned. We have our next series. We are here in round number 2 of the knockout bracket of ESL SC2 Masters Spring 2024. We're here to determine who else is knocked out of the tournament and who advances on into a qualifying match into the next round of this knockout bracket, because spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Alkione, we have our South Korean Terran player, the blue Terran representing Cloud9. It is Gumiho. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the red Terran player representing Team Liquid from the land of France. It is Clem. And if you are in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets, everyone. Place your bets. Oh my god, we're already popping off. But place your bets on how you think this series will unfold. Place your bets on who you think will advance on. Predictions open. We be starting back. Beautiful. As predictions open in the chat, we send out 2 SCVs, and this is going to be a proxy 2x from Clem. So 2x Reaper here from our red Terran player. Meanwhile, Gumiho setting up for what looks to be a Rax expand. We'll see if he does go for a more economic greedy opener, or if he takes a second gas geyser and goes for a safety factory. But things are looking a little bit shaky here for Gumiho, as he is going for a more greedy economic build. Gumiho needs to react very, very crisply to this, pulling the boys, pulling SCVs to help tank for that SCV. Things can very quickly snowball out of control in favor of Clem. As here come the first wave of Reapers. So again, there's going to be windows and timings where Clem has the Reaper advantage. Because of this opener from Gumiho, he's going thankfully for a safety factory first. I assumed that he was going to be going for a CC on the low ground, and that may have just been it for Gumiho, but the factory is on the way. With this factory, we can get into Hellion production, but again, we have to buy time. More importantly, we have to make sure that this factory finishes. One of the key kind of targets for Clem is going to be to delay the factory and to kill the building SCV. On top of that, to shut down the Marines. First Reaper is out. We have more additional Reapers on the way. Factory is going to be finishing, as we don't quite threaten this base yet. We're waiting for the second Reaper. Factory will complete. CC is on the way. The CC won't help too much here in the defense, but again, it's going to be on Gumiho to pull the boys and to buy time. Hellion's in production. And we're diving in. We are diving on in. Now the build isn't revealed. Did you see Gumiho responding? Oh, so far keeping up. Oh, it does keep up, and he will shoot first. Shutting down one of those first Reapers. Doesn't get the kill, but does force Clem out. Whew. Did bleed out a Marine in the process. Gumiho rotating around. Hellion has arrived, and honestly, with the arrival of this Hellion, we should be able to shut this down. We do delay the CC on the low ground, though. CC is going to be delayed. Clem back at home for working on his factory, working on his next step, his next stage. And there we go. Additional boys being pulled to help tank. Oh, the Hellion does go down. These Reapers are so low. And can we focus them down? Oh, they're so close. And we get one. Do manage to barely get one. Another Hellion has arrived. We got a second Reaper. 2-for-1 trade. A better trade for Gumiho. Did bleed out a couple of workers, but Gumiho has a CC, and Clem does not. Clem's base is heavily delayed here. His factory just now finishing as well. Gumiho has held. He has held again. Thankfully, he did go for the factory before the CC. Hellion came out in time. And we haven't lost too much, but it looks like we might bleed out another SCV. Oh. Yeah, as the Reapers, they do dive in. Focusing down another Hellion. For the most part, Clem is forced back once again. He's going to be forced back. We do have our Raxes being floated. Get the hell out of here. Racing back home. And the game will settle. And I have to give the edge to Gumiho. Again, Clem, his CC is only halfway done. Gumiho's own base is almost in orbital for those extra mules, getting into our factory, into our 1-1-1 setup. Gumiho is settling into this. And Clem has yet to really get enough damage done. Does have now a Cyclone, gets a lock on. Oh, forcing his way up the ramp. Gets a Hellion. Hellion goes down. A Reaper as well. With the power of this Cyclone, Clem is breaking through. Is barely breaking through the defensive line of Gumiho. We clean up the final Hellion, and now Gumiho has to give up on the low ground. He has to pull away again. So important here that Clem was able to make use of his army, make use of those Reapers. We do see Gumiho forced to land that Viking. We do barely catch an SCV as well at the natural. 2 SCVs go down. Oh, that Viking looking very exposed, but here comes the Cyclone, and we have defended. Okay. Now, as the dust settles, Clem is catching up. Orbital is now done. We have 30 SCVs versus 30 SCVs. The economies are looking pretty comparable with each other. All the extra lock-ons. Forcing Gumiho back. Oh, but we can juggle! Papi! We can break the lock-ons, juggle our units, and we barely keep that Cyclone alive. Just barely, for 1 extra second as it is cleaned up. Gumiho moving out with his job. Selling behind this into his 3rd CC. Very fast 3rd CC out of Gumiho. 3rd base also quick for Clem. Not as fast as Gumiho's though. So racing into our economies. Raven is going to be spotted. Dropping the Viking to shut it down. Can of course eventually be lifted. Take flight, I mean. As we're calming things down, Clem settling into his 2-1-1 setup. It's going to be Bio Tank with Stim on the way. 3rd CC in production. 3rd CC is spotted by Gumiho. He's aware. Also does confirm Stim. Catches an extra Marine. Very nice control here by Gumiho. Trading as efficiently as possible, picking up whatever he can. And back at home, what are we working on? I mean, we are reactoring out Marines as we speak, and I'm curious if we throw down additional Raxes, and we will. It will not be mech. Not yet. We have seen Gumiho embrace mech plenty of times in the past, but not this time. It is going to be Biotank. And the plus side here for Clem is, even though the economies are pretty comparable, is the tech. I mean, Stim is about to finish. Stim still not even starting here, or just about to start for Gumiho. So we have an upgrade advantage. We have our Raven lead as well. Gumiho opted to go for the initial Viking, if you recall. Viking into Medevac. 1 Raven versus 3. Clem has a little more utility here with his army, as Interference Matrix has finished up. And we can disable those tanks. Or the tank even. Gumiho is sharking around. I don't expect Gumiho to commit. Again, he's just trying to get as much damage as he can with what little he has. Sieges up a 2nd tank. Again, this is a really risky move out for Gumiho, but he isn't punished for it. Doesn't lose anything, really. We'll pull back. I lost a Marine. But does end up pulling back. Clem likewise now moving out, going for his own counterattack. And again, with triple Raven, this is a terrifying army that Clem is working with. We have a disable for every single tank. Army to siege. Clem undeterred. Rotating around, trying to find a better angle of attack. Zoning, or dipping in with his Ravens, does get the disable. Oh, we do on siege in time. Tank will escape, but we have more disables that came from. Yeah, disable on every single tank. And we do take down 2 of them. We have another 2 on the high ground. Gumiho is holding, but those were expensive losses for the blue Terran player. So we try to rush in. Collapsing on the tanks, but we have Marines behind this. Tanks are going down, but GG gets called. It's too much of a loss, and Clem will take game number 1. Whew, GG. A very chaotic game. It started off with a proxy 2 racks. I mean, Clem was able to eventually make use of it, was able to eventually get some damage done with that initial opener. With the Cyclone follow-up specifically, as we're getting ready for game number 2. Getting ready for that 2nd game. And we will be diving into Oceanborn as our game of choice. Moment, just as we're diving into game 2. Sorry. Sorry, I was just conversing with some of the other casters, some of them interested in what series we were going into. Here we go, game number 2 on Oceanborn. Whew. Clem with a lead, again was able to make use of that early aggression, was able to even things up economically, get into his own, of course, upgrade lead, dive into his Ravens as well. Solid follow-up from Clem, but we'll see how things take a turn. So we dive into game number 2, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our blue Terran player representing Cloud9. Down in this series, looking to bounce back, it is Gumiho. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have the red Terran player representing Team Liquid from the land of France, leading the series 1-0. It is Clem. Here we go. Whew. Okay, and as we calm things down, this time no proxy. This time there are no initial proxy racks to throw a wrench in the works. This time we'll be able to get into our openers from both sides, from both Gumiho and Clem. We have our Raxes on the way, our gas follow-ups as well. We should have a bit of a more safe and secure early game here, as opposed to what we had in that first game. And we have our tech of choice. It's going to be a double gas opener from Gumiho, double gas opener from Clem. This time, no economic builds from our players. What this means is we're going into our faster factory. This could be for Reactored Reaper Hellion as an opener. We could go into Reactored Reaper Hellion. We could go into Reactored Cyclone production even as well. That's a little bit out of favor. For those that were, of course, watching StarCraft last season, back when the Cyclone was a little bit stronger, Reactored Cyclone builds and openers were a lot more commonplace and a lot more popular. And yeah, I mean, we don't have to talk about the mass Cyclone shenanigans that we had last patch. Nowadays, it's a lot more rare. A lot more rare. Not never seen, but yeah, we should be seeing something very different to that now. As we do have our initial Reapers to move out across the map. No SCV scouts from our players. Again, it is a little bit more rare to see an SCV scout in TVT. Just going to be relying on our initial Reapers to make sure we're safe back at home and settle into our game. Here we go. So we are just checking for any kind of proxies and shenanigans at the natural, at the third base location. Now, this Reaper, I believe, should only be scouting our half of the map, and we shouldn't be moving out. Yeah, we do pull back. Again, moving out with your first Reaper is risky because you don't know if your opponent opened up double, like 2x Reaper or even Reactored Reaper, and you just lead out your first Reaper and things very quickly snowball out of control. You have to be very careful with your first units, and we are keeping it at home. Likewise, so is Gumiho. We keep our first Reapers at home, and as we build up towards 2, now we can start being a little bit more adventurous. 2 Reapers, Hellions behind this. There's a Reactor on the way. We can see Clem getting into his 1-1-1. I imagine working towards drop play, towards that medevac. And I imagine Gumiho doing the same. Again, a much more calm early game here in game 2. Much more calm. Is going to be a Widowmine follow-up. Again, this is just a more defensive start here. Should just be one Widowmine from Clem, as you can set it up at the ramp or set up defensively in case Gumiho were to be aggressive. Yeah, Widowmine is set up. And there's that medevac to go for our drop play. Likewise, Gumiho also working towards his own medevac. Once these medevacs come out, we could end up really weird scenario where Gumiho moves out and Clem moves out and the drops miss each other. Like that's happened before, and then SCVs go down from both ends and from both sides, and things get really chaotic. Here comes Clem's drop, and here comes Gumiho's. As Gumiho's going for a double Cyclone drop, Clem moving out with a Marine Widowmine Hellion. And the medevacs, they will miss each other. They will barely miss each other. Clem going straight for the main base, Gumiho going for the natural instead, and SCVs are looking to go down. Now, Clem's reinforcements should be enough to fend this off. But you can see Clem getting ready in the main base. Reaper does distract Clem, and we come into the natural. At the same time, Clem dropping into the main. SCVs are going down. Ooh, that's going to be 3 dead workers in the main base of Gumiho. Oh, the mine shot. Oh, not baited out. Very nice on burrow from Clem. But the Widowmine is focused down. The drop is forced back. At the same time, Cyclone still denying any kind of mining here at the natural. Let's pick up and we get the hell out of there. So Clem kills 3 SCVs. Gumiho kills 2. But did deny extra mining time. So we do have a back and forth trade. Clem is not done. Headed for the natural. Gets another SCV. Another 2. 5 workers in total. Very nicely done here by Clem. Does get some extra worker damage done. You can see Gumiho is hunting down that medevac. His goal here, I was going to say to intercept the medevac, but never mind. We are rotating back around. Reinforcing with Marines and Cyclones. And what do we have here to defend? We have a tank on the low ground, looking a bit exposed, but the tank shot takes down the Cyclone. Liberator into the main. Pulling away the army. Marine's going to be going down, but we should shut down the lib. As Gumiho won't quite commit into the natural, but dropping into the main. Going for the Raven, gets a couple of hits in, but doesn't get a kill. And behind all of this aggression, Gumiho's expanding, right? He's containing Clem, keeping him busy while we get the CC on location. Clem's own base is going to be in his main. CC in the main base instead, but pretty similarly timed. So both players are expanding, both players are building up. Do have a prioritization of Vikings for Gumiho. Interesting choice. So we have one of our first big divergences here between our two players. We see Gumiho rushing to mass Viking. Meanwhile, Clem has invested into earlier Ravens. These Ravens have a lot of potential, but likewise, if the Ravens cannot get close to the tanks, they can't disable. The goal here of these Vikings is for air control, is to force back and shut down these Ravens, make sure they don't come into play. And likewise, I was waiting for it, there's the second factory. We spoke about the potential mech that Gumiho could embrace, and with the second factory, it's going to be mech from Gumiho. Didn't do it in game 1, but is whipping it out here in game 2. He's meching it up. Clem, still playing Biotank, is working in his third base. Gumiho will get his own third slightly faster, as it does not have to lift and land. Clem will confirm this, coming in with the Reapers. We'll get eyes on the timing of the third CC. Has yet to confirm the mech, though. We'll see if we can. So do pick up another extra worker. Vikings do land. Oh, trying to zone away those Reapers. Gumiho sending everything back home. And it looks like the Reaper scout is going to be denied. Both Reapers will fall. And that second factory is kept hidden. And the tank count also kept hidden as well. Gumiho is pushing. Clem now expanding, taking the third base. As Clem is taking the third, Gumiho is going to be here to deny said CC. Be there to deny that third base. Clem moving forward. How many Vikings do we have? We have 7 Vikings. Oh my, that's a lot of Vikings. Now, Gumiho did just confirm the army's positioning, and he backs off. Okay, he will back off, he will retreat. Again, that Viking count is looking very impressive. Their goal is to shut down these Ravens ahead of time. To shut down drop play, to work towards Liberators. The army moves through the center, is spotted by the Cyclones. Gumiho is aware. Stim is done for Clem. And, oh, we almost get the first Raven. Oh my god, Raven's getting very low, but we don't quite snipe any of them yet. Medevac's taking a lot of hits, one Medevac goes down. Oh, trading a Medevac for a Medevac. A little bit more important for the bio player. Scans the main base, doesn't confirm any further tech or any further production. Again, it's hidden here at the natural, but for the most part, Clem should be piecing this together. He does fall back, and at least he keeps all these Ravens alive. He does retain them. You can see Gumiho trying to shut down any drop play, splitting up his Vikings. Doesn't quite catch any Medevacs, and oh, that factory explosion is on the way. Armories, factories. Clem does have a window. Scan reveals the move out. Vikings coming in. Oh, going for the Medevacs. Baits out a stim. The Vikings do survive. And again, Clem, he needs to babysit these Ravens. Medevacs as well. Especially those Ravens. Has to keep them safe and sound. Here we go. He moves forward. Drop is revealed. Souls the main army. Nice positioning here from Gumiho. Scan also gets eyes on the Vikings. Clem knows that he has an opening. At least he's hoping for an opening. He spots some extra Vikings here towards the north. Main army working its way through. Doom drop towards the third base. Gumiho does spot this. He scans. He does scan, but is it too late? Yeah, the drop does unload. Ooh, one Medevac does fall. But the others, they bust into the main base. There's a tank in position. Oh, it's a one-way trip. We clean up the drop. This is a big loss here for Clem. At the same time, though, he's moving in, and he will disable the tanks. The Ravens, they go ham. They disable almost every single tank. And this is a massive loss for Gumiho. You can see him plummet in supply, pulled apart. The Vikings out of position. And now we're stimming in. We're going for the kill. The tank count completely reset. GG gets called, and Clem takes a 2-0 lead. Whew. GG. Again, even though the triple drop from Clem got cleaned up, it was a distraction. It did drag all those Vikings out of position to chase down the medevacs of all things. They were not there to zone away the Ravens. And the tank Raven army, that was the real killing blow there. Able to bust through the center of the map. Able to get on top of... Oh, my apologies. Able to get on top of Gumiho's army. So I was just trying to make the lobby. Whew. Able to get on top of Gumiho's army and catch him out. And with that, Clem is one game away from winning it all. Well, no mass is all he needs. And game 3 is going to be on site Delta. The pressure is on Gumiho. Again, what I loved about that last game, it was all about positional play. It was all about positional play, scouting, reacting as well, forcing out overreactions, spreading out our units, trying to get a read on what was going on, and yeah, Clem did pull a fast one on Gumiho there. And now we're diving into game number 3 in this best of 5, potentially the final game of the series. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of site Delta, we have our French Terran player, the Blue Terran representing Team Liquid, one game away from winning it all. It is Clem. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran representing Cloud9. Down in this series, can they bring it all back? It is Gumiho. It's out of position. No. Here we go. As it's time for Gumiho to cheese it up. It's for those who weren't here in game 1, Clem did proxy 2x Reaper Gumiho in game 1, and now it's time for Gumiho to do the same to Clem. Here in game 3, he's up against the wall. It's on match point. We have our Raxes on the way. 2x Reaper here from Gumiho. Thankfully for Clem, he's opening up double gas. Now with the double gas opener, this should be for a factory follow-up. Clem is not going for an economic build. It is commonplace, or a little bit more common I should say, to go for a Rax expand on site Delta, just because the natural is that much more defendable and fortifiable. Likewise, there's only one entry point into the main with your Reapers, so proxy Reaper is a little bit less common. So Gumiho, he's hoping that maybe Clem is more greedy. We can see that is not the case. We can see that Clem is playing safe. Here come the Reapers for Gumiho. SV Scout coming in. Trying to get a read on what he's up against. And he will be denied entry into the main base as Clem does fully wall off. There's that factory on the way that we did talk about. With that fast factory, we're going to be getting into our Hellions. And once the Hellions come out, we can shut this down. We'll see if Gumiho can get some damage done nonetheless. See if he can break through. As Clem is going to be scouting out with his first Reaper, moving out across the map actually. This is a risky maneuver for Clem. He won't be at home to defend, so these Reapers have potential to get some at least economic damage done. Reapers dip in, SCV's going to be going down, Clem going to be committing. Back at home, there's nothing to defend, so workers will be falling. The factory does finish up in time. Hellions on the way. How many workers will we lose? It's going to be 3 workers, soon to be 4 workers going down. Oh, Clem bleeding out his Reaper. Reaper falls and we're snowballing out of control. Gumiho up to 3 Reapers. It's becoming too much. 6, 7 SCVs going down. Ay, 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 the Hellion has arrived. But this is becoming a bit much. Getting 9 workers already. And across the map, it looks like the Reaper went down. GG gets called, game-ending damage, and Gumiho fights back. Whew. GG, well played. I mentioned it, but Clem sending his first Reaper across the map was crazy. It was crazy. Without that first Reaper, you saw how much damage was dealt. You also saw towards the end there, we checked that the Reaper had fallen, it got surrounded, so Clem did bleed out that Reaper. And Gumiho, with his proxy 2-Rax, did game-ending damage. GG, we have a series. We have it back and forth. Whew. We do have a back and forth here. Just setting up our lobby. Setting up our match. As our next game is going to be on Crimson Court. So I'm just quickly setting things up. But here we go. Game 4 going to be on Crimson Court. Again, it did feel like the opener of choice for Clem was a solid one, was a good one, but again, that one decision to send that Reaper across the map means that, yeah, that much less to defend. Means you have that much less to work with. And Gumiho was able to just get too much damage done. Now we're making our way onto Crimson Court for game number 4. Is this the beginning of a comeback? Can Gumiho force the ace match? Let's go. Let us go. Catching up with the chat. Suicide distraction job? Yeah, 100%. Exactly. And here we go. We're getting into our next game, into game number 4, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Crimson Court. We have our blue Terran player representing Cloud9, fighting back, putting a point on the board. Can he force the ace match? It is Gumiho. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Terran player representing Team Liquid from the land of France, leading the series 2-1, one game away from becoming or from advancing on into the next round. It is Clem. One more game is all he needs. Still on match point. Whew. And this time, no proxies. Our Rax is thrown down in the main for Clem. Rax is also thrown down in the main for Gumiho. We're calming down. We're calming things down here. As Clem is going for a double gas opener. This is going to be for that faster factory that we did mention. I imagine this time Clem is going to be keeping his Reaper on his own half of the map, but we'll see. As, Gumiho opening up 2 racks. Okay, so fun fact, this 2 racks opener from Gumiho is ideally meant to be a blind counter to a proxy 2 racks of Clem. We can see that Clem is not proxying, so Gumiho just like gambling a little bit here. And we'll be settling into a longer game. Gumiho will have a Reaper advantage, but this doesn't hit as strong as a proxy 2x Reaper, for example, as an aggressive build. So we are going to be settling in. We'll see if Gumiho can get anything done here. We'll see if he even moves out. Meanwhile, Clem back at home going Reactor first into Reactor Reapers. And we should soon be expanding. Go. As there's that CC on the way for Gumiho, soon to be on the way for Clem. Again, Clem will be working on said Hellions initially to bolster up his army. And we should be able to settle into the mid-game. You can see Gumiho just scouting around. He's looking for proxies, checking for any Rax locations, and we'll be staying at home until he builds up that Reaper count. That CC on the way. Getting up to 4 Reapers. We have our initial 3, and Gumiho is moving out. He can potentially delay the CC on the low ground, but Clem is in position. The Hellion does pop out in time. We have enough. Nice target firing out of Gumiho. He does get the first Reaper, trading 1 for 1. Does get some extra hits in, but it looks like we will hold on. As Gumiho bleeds out 2 extra Reapers down to 1. We'll delay the CC, gets the worker, and then gets the hell out of here. We'll back up. And with our aggression subsiding, should be able to settle into a longer game. We have our factory follow-ups. Starport on the way for Clem, getting into his 1-1-1. Gumiho being chased, but he has the bunker on the low ground, so again, his natural base is secure. For now, as Clem did invest into an extra wave, we have a triple Reaper, double Hellion here. Clem has the option to maybe try to rush past his bunker and go into the mineral line. Speaking of, we do bust into the main. But Gumiho's in position. He does keep up and will force Clem back. But again, we still made an extra wave of Reapers. We have Cyclones all the way behind this. Clem really trying to force the issue here. Going into the main. This time we do have that Cyclone. We focus on one of the Hellions. But good target firing out of Clem. Snipes the Cyclone, dragging the army within range of the Hellions. And the Hellions, they shut down the Marines. Oh, Gumiho bleeding out too much. And now we're going for SCV kills. We're going for the SCVs. We catch the Reaper. Oh, getting one worker. Getting two. Clem still rallying across the map. Still not slowing down. Hoping, trying to break Gumiho here and now. So here comes that medevac. With the help of the medevac, we can just drop straight into the main. We can avoid the bunker. So the medevac has arrived. Behind this, working towards Cloak Banshees. And can Gumiho keep up? He's been bleeding out a lot of units. He's going for a drop. Force back home. Does have to turn back around. Thankfully, does turn around just in time. But the lock-on is brutal. Brutal on that Cyclone, but Clem is forced back. Whew. Gumiho is holding. Behind this Gumiho, he has his third CC. It's halfway done. Drop attempted to come back in. Gumiho does hold. So Clem almost catching the drop. Oh my god. One shot away from going down. Gumiho has to be so careful. Clem doing so much with so little here. Oh, barely not punished. And now we finally get the third CC. It is a little bit later compared to Gumiho's, and the goal here for Clem should be to delay the expansion for as long as he can while he catches up. Again, Cloak Banshee's on the way. We have one Banshee already out, moving towards the main. Just Clem has been hyper aggressive this game, and Gumiho has been able to keep up just barely. Is holding on. Scan into the main. Reveals the third CC timing. Banshee does slip in. And workers are going down. Get one, we get two. We're going to get a third SCV as well. Oh, not quite. Yeah, just barely that third worker. And we don't have a scan. Uh-oh. We're waiting for the scan, and more SCV is going to be going down in the process here. Finally, the scan is available. The Banshee forced back, but it will survive. Does escape into the dead space. Between the main and the natural. And we saw how much damage one Banshee dealt. Here comes the second. Second Banshee going for the Cyclone. Oh, snipes the Cyclone. Gets a couple of SCVs. Two more SCVs going down. Banshee does escape. First Banshee coming back in. And the turret's still not quite done. Oh, does finish up, but no anti-air. We get a third SCV. Gumiho getting picked apart. Still has not landed that third CC. The Viking finally shuts down the first Banshee. But we're still on these two bases. Clem, he's caught up. Caught up here with his third base timing. Getting ready to move out with his bio tank. Stim halfway done, so we have a bit of a ways to go there. And oh my god, as Clem does fumble a little bit, lifting up his main base by accident. Gonna be landing his third. It's okay, it's okay. As you see, Gumiho finally moving out across the map. Finally being the aggressor. Dropping into the third. Banshee getting some damage done. First tank goes down. The second, will it barely survive? It will not. Yeah, the tanks do fall. That was the backbone of Gumiho's army. Just with pure Marine now. He's stuck outside the bases. Clem is held. Again, a very clutch moment, but Clem was able to focus on both tanks just in time. Third bases are getting up and running. We are settling in towards that mid game, and once again, okay, I was like, yo, I see a second tank. It's bio tank. Not mech again from Gumiho. He's gonna be playing bio. Threatens a drop, but doesn't quite go for it. Whew, okay. From here, we do calm things down. Both players getting saturated on 3 bases. Stim, combat shields finishing up as well. Clem does have the 1-1 upgrade advantage. The armory just soon gonna finish for 2-2. So we'll see if Clem can make use of those upgrade timings. As the Liberators have arrived, they get a couple of kills here and there, but nothing too major. Gumiho does have the slight worker lead. Do see Clem once again, now that we've stabilized on 3 bases, going for drop play. Going for drop play here once again for Clem. We have a triple drop on the right hand side. Gumiho being active in the center of the map. Fortifying his bases, sieging up his tanks, going for a sensor tower. We do have a line of turrets in the main, thankfully. So the chance of this drop getting through is a little bit lower. Vikings getting in position as well, just in time. And Gumiho is ready for this. Clem forced back. Does have to retreat. There's that 2-2 on the way again. There's a nice window here for Clem where he will have the upgrade advantage with +2. As the army is just finishing for Gumiho. Is just finishing up. And looking at the compositions here, Clem does have the slight tank lead, bearing in mind that a big reason for this is Gumiho bleeding out those 2 tanks earlier. So Clem is up 3. Clem is up in tanks, is up in bio, up in marines. Gumiho does have the Viking lead, but only momentarily, as Clem is working his 2nd starport. We'll soon overtake those Vikings as well. And as Clem is pushing, we're expanding. We're taking a 4th base. We are maxed out, and can Gumiho hold? I mean, Clem doesn't have any Ravens to work with, so pushing into these siege lines is not going to be easy. Even if you're down in supply, Gumiho can pull off a defense. Does scan, does spot the tanks at least, but doesn't spot the drop. Clem going for a split push. This time the Vikings are in the center, they're not in position to deny drop play. Gumiho going for his own drop towards the left-hand side. I'm not committing yet. The Doom Drop still out of range of that sensor tower. And we can boost in! Turrets in position, we don't care. We boost in nonetheless. 1 medevac goes down, but we unload. And our goal here to drag the army out of position. Marines, they go for the Vikings. Oh, we catch 2. 2 Vikings go down. Trying to keep the production. This will eventually be cleaned up. We get a factory. Clem looking to push in. Not committing yet. He's not committing yet. He sieges. Hoping for the center base. Scans, reveals. Oh, that's where the 4th is instead. Gumiho did expand on the left-hand side, as Clem was hoping to deny a base in the middle of the map. Okay, so Clem backs up. And that wasn't too bad. He got 7 SCVs. He got a couple of Vikings, the factory. And now it's all about that air control. We're focusing on Viking production, Liberators, +3 ship weapons, sorry, +2 ship weapons on the way. TVT initially is about, tank v tank, very quickly becomes about Viking versus Viking. Into Liberators, we could even try to work towards BCs. Maru does enjoy working and rushing into that, if at all possible. Looking at those Vikings, we have a pretty comparable Viking count. Clem does have a 4 Viking advantage. Yeah, and if you control the skies, you control the ground. That's what the Liberators are going to be for. Gumiho rotating over. Both players are maxed out. Gumiho up in Marines, going for the CC. Doesn't quite commit. Trying to graze that orbital. Looks like we will get it. Up. Just barely. It does escape. Does float away. The base survives. We get a couple of workers. Oh, and this is going to be a one-way trip. Marines, we just dive. Oh. Almost into the natural. Gumiho doesn't quite commit. Is going to pull back. Has to respect the Vikings. And as we distract each other, Gumiho has a group of Marines ready for a run by. Not too much to threaten Clem. And we'll pull back. Does end up pulling back. Clem still with 15 Vikings. My god. And we're making 3 Liberators at a time. In a head-on fight, I do have to favor Clem. Now we see Gumiho focusing on starports. We have 3 starports being made at a time. But is it too late? He realizes how far behind he is. We have a Thor on the way. The Thor will help when it comes to anti-air. The problem with the Thor is it has to be within range, right? We have to somehow get within range of the Vikings, but out of range of the tanks. Is a better defensive unit. To stop the dive. As Liberation has right, we have so much freedom! And we force back Gumiho. At the same time, we see a bit of a more committed push on the left-hand side, going for the bases. Only 2 tanks. Nice spread here by Gumiho. He dives in. He gets 1. Does focus on 1, gets a second tank as well. And will barely get the 3rd. Nice run by here by Gumiho. Gets 3 tanks, but will lose 2. Going blow for blow. Clem does hold. Gumiho diving in, diving on top of the Liberators. They will clean them up. The 1 Lib does survive. And 1 Liberator is all you need. Assess too much freedom. We're making 8 Liberators at a time. Oh my god. That's a lot of liberation. Gumiho pulling back. Committed to more Thor production. I mean, it's his only way to keep up. With that air army. As Liberators, they deny mining here at the center base. The Thor is here. Thor has arrived. And will bully back the Vikings, at least for a moment. As we do see Gumiho a bit out of position. And Clem will shut down this planetary. I said hatchery. We'll shut down the base. Marines, we dive in. Oh, yeah, that was not the dive we were hoping for. Gumiho hoping that the tanks weren't quite in position. Doesn't get the Liberators. Planetary goes down. And Gumiho is being bullied back. And once you have air control, it's hard to fight against it. Looking at our sizes here, Gumiho has 0 Vikings. He has 3 Thors. And the freedom is real. Gumiho, he has to pull back all the way to his 3rd. Liberator sieging up. Thors try to engage 2 of them in the back line. We're stimming in. Some of these tanks out of range. Yeah, the tank's not quite able to support. A little bit too far back. Now we're coming forward, but we just reset the Liberator count. A better fight for Gumiho. Cleans up all the libs. Again, a lot of these tanks were just a little bit too far behind. Wasn't able to support, and Gumiho is going right down mid. Pushing through the center, Clem racing him back home. What can Gumiho get done? Yeah, Clem, he knows he can't get here in time. He just evacuates. Lifts up, evacuates the base. And, what? Now Gumiho has to come back. He's like, oh, there's nothing here. Never mind. I guess I'll just go back home. I mean, it was an ambitious dive, and it could have done a lot of damage, but Clem keeps up. Gumiho has to retreat. And here come the BCs. We spoke about this before. Players like Maru are more willing to rush into BC production a little bit faster in TVT, but now that Clem securely has air control, here comes Yamato, battlecruiser production. That is the end game of TVT. It's what you want. Gumiho still mainly relying on Marine Thor. Just now getting back into Viking production. Building up Ravens. That's something I should point out, is that Gumiho has been banking Ravens behind this. And in the late game, Ravens, they can make up for your lack of... I was going to say lack of Vikings. Kind of. With your auto turrets, with your anti-armor missiles, anti-armor missiles. Clem pushing in, catching a couple of free tanks. Doomdrill coming in from behind though. Gumiho. Are we setting up for a surround, or are we going for a backstab? What do we go for? And here come the Ravens. Here come the mass disable. Yeah, Clem out of position. We go for the full surround. We disable every single tank. Oh my god. The Ravens. We disable the tanks. The surround was real. The setup was beautiful. And Gumiho, now is the time to chase this down. Send it, Papi. We don't quite go for the planetary. Rotating towards the right-hand side. Now, this did cost us every single Raven, right? Gumiho, he reset his Raven count to pull that off. Doesn't quite find a base. Ooh. Clem is remaxing. Again, that was a beautiful move here from Gumiho, and he's once again banking up more Ravens. But after winning that fight, we didn't deny any bases. Now, thankfully for Gumiho, we have top left. We have 2 fresh mining bases, and they're honestly quite exposed. They're quite vulnerable, but Clem doesn't know.
Mineral
Oh,
field
never mind. He does. Now he does. Clem is making his way over with his BCs. And the boys have arrived. Vikings doing what they can. Gumiho is still banking up Ravens. I imagine getting ready for a similar move. Moving out through the center. And he does almost catch some of these Liberators as well. Solid dive with the Marines. And does force a teleport. And shuts down the CC. Gumiho just mass expanding, taking the southern bases as well. So even though I would say that Clem has been more efficient, and I stand by that, Clem has been more efficient with his army, Gumiho has the economy. Gumiho, he has so many bases, he has up-in workers. Gumiho has to avoid the main fight. That's the problem here. It's almost like a ZBT where Gumiho has the economy, it can go for these split pushes or try to catch out the army, but in a head-on fight, Clem has a massive lead. With more BCs arriving. How many BCs are we on? 4. Soon to be 6. The BC count getting higher and higher. How many Ravens are we on? 6? 6 Ravens. Moving out. A lot of potential. Simming on forward. Getting on top of some of these tanks. Forcing the teleport. At the same time, Gumiho going for a split push. But the Liberators are in position. Yeah, the freedom zones are here. We do hold on the right-hand side. At the same time, and Clem pushing forward. Up! Can we catch these BCs? We do manage to get some disables. The orbital is going to go down. And the disables are good, but the BCs so far, they do hold on. As we almost disable every single one. We focus on the Liberators, but the BCs, they live. They survive. They force back the Bio Army. And the mass BC, they do come out on top. On the right-hand side, oh, Clem also gains ground. We have the Yamatos. Yamatos catching retreating tanks. Barely any anti-air here. Planetary is under fire. And Gumiho has been mining for so long here towards the top left and bottom right. But now he's being shut down. As long as we don't bleed out some of these BCs, though. Oh my god! We get 2. Yeah, 2 BCs go down. But Clem finally dealing some economic damage here to Gumiho. Now, what I will say is that Gumiho's back up to 10 Ravens. Oh my god. And the advantage here, as we've been seeing, is that Gumiho technically can disable all these mech-based units. The BCs, the tanks, the Liberators, they can all be disabled. And the mass Marine army, it can stand out, it can stand strong. So it's all about those disables, it's all about the positioning. Gumiho can still take fights. Oh, as we bleed out a BC. Bleed out a battle cruiser. Gumiho pushing through the center. Liberation is here. Again, Gumiho just trying to catch Clem out of position. Trying to fragment the army of Clem wherever he can. So we get the Dorito cannon here on the Vikings. Forcing it back. We get a kill on the CC. That was the main, by the way. The main was lifted and the main did just go down. Gumiho rotating around. Still has top left. Still up and running. Still mining. Meanwhile, Clem is now expanding towards the bottom right. Getting a fresh mining base. Clem down in SCVs, but is now saturating. Gumiho also now taking the center base. Finally. As he rotates over to the right-hand side. Clem, one step behind. And we do find the base. Ooh, and this is becoming a battle of attrition here. Clem, he's going to be running out of money. Yeah, the most important mining base here for Clem. It does go down, and we chase down the SCVs. Yeah, Clem just being spread thin with a less mobile army. Now takes top left. But Gumiho, yeah, and triple expanding. He's got the center base, top left, and soon to be bottom right. Clem moving out. Does deny mining. Gumiho does lift. Pushing on the right-hand side. Trading a base for a base. And the Mass Marine stimming forward. Is going to be forced back by the tanks. Whew. It's going to be forced back. Still on that 10 Raven count. So again, Gumiho, he's playing very similarly to Bjorn, actually. I don't know if you've seen much of Bjorn's TBT, but it's so mobile, so flexible, so marine heavy, and it can do surprisingly well. It can do well. Oh, we catch a Raven. Good pick up. Nice catch there by Clem. Why are you pushing on the right-hand side? Again, with this movement from Gumiho, he's just hoping to catch Clem out of position without these Liberators, without these tanks. Top left is getting back up and running. Gumiho expanding, taking another base. He has lost the center base, but is still expanding. Even scouting. Confirming the base of Clem. Marines are on the way. Their target is that CC. Clem racing on over. The scan does reveal this. Marines then forward. Yeah, we're going for the orbital, and it goes down in seconds. Oh my god! The CC falls. At the same time, Clem gets caught out. Leading out Marines. And we're pushing in. We're out of position. This is the moment. This time, no tanks, no Liberators. Gumiho going for the kill. Gets a free tank. Doesn't quite get on top of the planetary. Whew, Clem gets here just in time. But we still got the base. That's all that matters here for Gumiho. He's still got the orbital. Again, Gumiho just outmaneuvering Clem. It's been, I mean, the same tale here for most of this game about how Clem wants a head-on engagement. He will win a head-on fight. But Gumiho's not giving it to him. He's moving out. Not quite finding the angle he was hoping for. Does have the retreat. BCs, they shut down an orbital. Once again, Ravens diving in. We catch some free tanks. Go for the disable. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh my god! Yeah, the disables are real, and we catch 4 tanks. SCVs as well. Clem racing back, but he's one step behind. And do we get a kill on another orbital? We do! How many do we have left? Clem down to 4 orbitals, forced to lift and land once again. This time his third base. Trying to catch out these Ravens. They will escape. Oh, we catch out free tanks, and Clem is being pulled apart. Oh my god. Tanks going down left and right. Clem, he just wants a main fight. He's like, fight me. Gumiho says no. Pulling back at every turn. Looking at our army sizes here. Clem now on 10 tanks, 4 BCs. That BC count has been chipped away at. Leading out some Marines. Speaking of catching tanks, another tank goes down. Top left being retaken. Here comes the Bio Army once again. And again, it's been a bit of a battle of attrition. Another base goes down. And Clem, he's broke. Straight up. At this point, Clem is broke. He still has a comparable army to Gumiho. He can still win him head-on fight, but, I mean, if he moves out, he's all in at this point. We're out of bases. We have a couple of orbitals left that we can try and land. I'm searching for the army. Once again, Gumiho pushing in. Oh, almost catches the BCs. Not quite. Oh, as we do catch some Ravens. Finally, 2 Ravens go down. Two Ravens do 4, but we still have 10. Gumiho is still on 10 Ravens. Leads out of ace, but Gumiho still has an economy. You see Clem going to be harassing here with some of his Liberators. Turrets are in position, but we can try to find an angle. And now being active with those PCs. Ravens, they dive in once again to disable every single tank, and here comes the Bio to clean up. Gumiho going for the kill. For the final tank army, GG gets called, there's nothing left, and Gumiho ties up the series 2-2. We are going to the ace match. GG. Oh my god. That was crazy. GG, well played. A very interesting dynamic, because I feel like usually we see the roles reversed. Usually it's Gumiho playing mech, right? Usually it's Gumiho with the slower army, you know, with the tank Viking, and it's Clem playing Bio, but again, the roles were reversed there. Gumiho playing very marine heavy with his Ravens, and it was just pulling Clem apart left and right. Was pulling him apart there. And Clem just could not keep up with the movements, with the maneuverability of Gumiho. Very impressive stuff. And over time, did just overwhelm, did just snowball out of control. GG, well played. We're going all the way to game 5, the ace match. Let's go. Now, I don't blame our players here. Gumiho is asking for a moment. he's like, Papi, I need to breathe. It's been too intense. It's okay. I understand. It's all good. Is all good. Whew. So Gumiho is asking for a moment here. We're more than happy to oblige. And our players, they have a little bit of time here to ruminate over the series, to take a break for that ace match. As a reminder, this is the knockout bracket. The winner advances on into the next round of the knockout bracket. The loser is eliminated from the tournament. Both Gumiho and Clem, their tournament lives are on the line. Tournament lives are on the line. And yeah, it's been a pretty intense series. I mean, we've had it all. We've had some long late game macro play between Clem and Gumiho, especially here on Crimson Court. We had a lot of cheese. We had Clem going proxy 2-racks. We had Gumiho going proxy 2-racks. Do we see more proxies, or do we calm things down? Game 5 is going to be on Ghost River. Ghost River will be Game 5. Much smaller map, known for its aggression. Yeah, Ghost River known for its aggression. We've seen a lot of all-ins take place. I mean, there's a bit of a give and take here on Ghost River. On the one hand, yes, it's a small map and a short rush distance by ground, and we've seen a lot of aggression. At the same time, though, we have seen a lot of split map play as well. Just because of the nature and the terrain on Ghost River, we've seen a lot of split map scenarios where you can just siege up, wall up, and go for a longer game. I feel like we could see either extreme here. It is a map of extremes. Watch the game end because of Reaper Hellion cheese. It's possible, 100%. That's the thing here. Anything is possible. Anything is possible between Gumiho and Clem. Oh. Here we go. I see in the chat, wouldn't Ghost be useful for Ravens? I mean, the problem here is just the maneuverability of the Bio Raven. Having Ghost in position for said Ravens is a difficult thing to do. Usually the answer to something like that is Vikings, or right, is air control, right? We've seen this dynamic before, where if you have mass Viking or enough Vikings, you can deter, force back the Ravens, even focus them down before they're able to get close enough to disable your high-tech units like BCs and tanks and Liberators. At a certain point, though, Clem did kind of let up on Viking production, focus on lib BC, and on top of that, again, a lot of it just came down to positioning. A lot of it just came down to maneuverability, to catching Clem off guard, and it was a great game. It was beautiful. It was a great game of StarCraft. What Gumiho did there was not easy. Not easy to pull Clem apart the way that he did. And it looks like our players are getting ready. It looks like our players have returned. And as soon as I get the go-ahead, we are diving into the ace match. Here we go. Good luck, have fun. Our players are back. It all comes down to this. It all comes down to Ghost River, the final game of this series. One of these players is eliminated. One of these players will bow out. And who's it going to be? Again, it's brutal. I would love to see both Gumiho and Clem advance on. They're both amazing players in their own right. But there's only enough room for one of them. And even then, this isn't even a qualification match. That's what's crazy. You still have another round after this to qualify for the playoffs. To make it into the playoffs. It is a brutal format. But here we go. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of Ghost River, we have our French Terran player. The blue Terran representing Team Liquid being forced into the ace match. Can he bring it all back? It is Clem. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Terran player from South Korea representing Cloud9. Bringing it all back here, winning 2 games in a row, forcing the ace match, gonna go all the way. It is Gumiho. Again, personally, I just love that we've made it to Game 5. That's the best case scenario here. We're just getting the most out of these 2 players. But hearts will be broken. You know, both Gumiho and Clem, they're fan favorites. There's a lot of people out there cheering for both of them, I'm sure. There can be only one. And this time, no proxy. Araxes, they're back at home. They are thrown down back at home here for both Clem and Gumiho. No proxy to Arax this time. Whew, as we settle in. So we do settle in. Now from here, we do see Clem opening up double gas. It's going to be a double gas opener from our blue Terran player. We see Gumiho opening up only with a single. So with this, we're getting into our factory follow-ups. Gumiho going for a faster CC on that low ground. So Gumiho being slightly more economic. I say slightly. Usually our setup here is to go for a Rax into command center. The earlier factory is just to be safe. So Gumiho just playing very safely here. Leading into his CC. Likewise, Clem, he checks his third base location with that Reaper, looking for proxies, making sure he doesn't get bamboozled. Again, it is typically considered to be unsafe to move out with your first Reaper in TVT, so we're keeping them back at home until we build up, until we have a more secure force before we push out. So Clem just scouting, just checking. We have our command centers on the way. Gumiho's is slightly faster than Clem's, as he had a slightly more economic build. Now we have our second gas being taken. And with that extra gas, Clem will have a faster starport. We have our 1-1-1 setup here. Getting into our starport, I imagine working towards a medevac and drop play. Let's see if Gumiho can keep up with that aggression. Hellion moving out. Oh, does actually sneak up behind the army, but doesn't quite go in. Just testing the waters here. Gumiho getting into his later starport. You can see here just taking a defensive stance on top of the ramp. So was Clem. So if either player did move out, then the defending player will get their first shots off. We'll get Hellion volleys as well. It would be a bloodbath. As Clem is following this up with the medevac, with that drop that we spoke about. So Clem is going to be our initial aggressor. Gumiho back at home, opening up Viking, not medevac. Okay. Looking towards that Viking. Hellion Reaper moving out, and here comes that drop. A bit of a kitchen sink. We have a Cyclone, Hellion, 2 Marines moving out towards the natural base. the same time, Gumiho looking to move in. Oh. And he goes straight for the mineral line, and there's not much of him to defend. Cyclone has arrived. Boys are being pulled. How many workers can we get? So far, 2. 3 SCVs go down, and we can focus down a couple more. Oh. And some of them do line up for a moment. 4 SCVs go down at the same time. Clem, he drops across the map. He's going for his own economic damage. Boys being pulled. SCVs are going down. Getting 6. The tank has arrived. We're going to be able to hold on to the main. And did I say 6? 7 SCVs full, and we deny any kind of mining here at the natural. Clem back at home, already resuming mining. Has control of his natural. Viking shuts down the medevac. The tank is under fire. Ooh, the tank goes down. Gumi is in trouble. Gumi, he's in a lot of trouble as Clem, he's rallying everything across the map. GG gets called. Clem, he breaks through. Ay, ay, ay. And with that, Clem, he will break the back of Gumiho, taking the series at 3-2, advancing on into the next round. GG. GG, well played. Oh, bleeding out that tank was brutal. The Viking as well didn't really add too much either for Gumiho, just losing far too much, far too quickly. That's Ghost River. That is Ghost River for you, as Clem will advance on. Gumiho is eliminated from the tournament. My condolences to Gumiho, as we even had a bit of a delay there after the GG. I'm sure Gumiho hands off the keyboard for a moment there. The loss sinking in. Feels bad, man, there. GG, well played. Clem does take it. Congratulations. Congratulations. Oh, to Clem, my heart goes out to Gumiho, but I mean, it was going to be bittersweet nonetheless. You know, again, I would have loved to have seen both players make it through. Clem will keep the dream alive, and he moves on to the next round to face off against Hero in a best of 5. Oh, that is crazy! Clem versus Hero in a qualifying match. Oh my god. I mean, I say qualifying. The way it works here is that right now we're in the knockout bracket, the knockout stage, and you advance on out of the knockout stage into the playoffs in day 3, tomorrow. So Clem, he brings down Gumiho 3-2, and now he's up against Hero in a best of 5. I don't know what stream that's going to be on. It's the way this works here for the casting kind of schedule is the main stream gets priority. Basically, whenever we have our matchups lined up, whenever we get the matchups lined up here, we do have the main stream, of course, picking what series they want to follow, followed by the B stream, followed by ourselves and Steadfast. Now, thankfully, we have 4 streams going on, and we're able to cast everything. There are 4 matches happening at the same time. There are those 4 matches occurring at the same time. And basically, we just have to lie in wait and figure out what the main stream and B stream want first. But it's going to be Clem versus Hero in round 3. We have the winner of Bjorn versus Stats advancing on to face off against Hero Marine. What else do we have? Hold on. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. Okay, so it's going to be Hero Marine versus Bjorn in a TBT. Oh my god. It's going to be a banger of a TBT matchup. We have Shin waiting for the winner of Cure and Classic. And we also have Rainer waiting for the winner of Spirit and Estrella. So we're going to be going on a short break. And once I find out what we're casting, I'll let you know. Basically, we have 1 series left. It's 4 matches here tonight, and we wrapped up with 3 of them. 1 series remains. It's going to be a qualifying match to the playoffs. What would I want to cast? I mean, Rainer versus either Spirit or Estrella looks spicy. I would love to jump into that. Same with Shin versus either Cure or Classic. A Hero versus Clem looks amazing, but I'm pretty sure a Hero versus Clem is going to be covered by the mainstream, right? Like, that just makes sense. Like, that's one of the best Terran and Protoss in the world. Like, there's no shot mainstream don't cover that. No shot, baby, no shot. So we'll see what happens. Otherwise, thank you for watching. Thank you for tuning in. Hope you all enjoyed yourselves. We're going to be going on that short break. When we return, we'll have 1 more best of 5. I think after we wrap up the knockout brackets, I might co-stream. I'm undecided. I'm undecided on that, but I might just co-stream the playoffs. Tonight is going to be the quarterfinals. Tomorrow is going to be the semis and the grand finals. Semifinals and grand finals thereafter. So a big weekend of StarCraft. Again, check out all the other streams. There's the main stream. There's the B stream. The B stream has Nathanius and Behemoth. And another community stream is Steadfast. Steadfast also casting over on his channel as well. So do check them out. As I'm sure they have other series ongoing. Let's double check here. What are they casting? What's going on, Papi? We have the B stream covering Cure versus Classic. Oh, let's go. We have the main stream showing ads. It looks like they're in the death segment. And Steadfast is on Estrella v Spirits. Nice. But yeah, we're going to be going on a short break. We'll see you guys in a couple of minutes. Well, I say a couple of minutes. It's probably going to be an extended break. I'm warning you now, it's probably going to be an extended break. When we come back, we'll have some more StarCraft. Until then, thanks for watching. We'll see you guys soon. Huh. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Ooh, hope you enjoyed that break. Hope you enjoyed that lovely brutal OST as we've returned with our final series of the night, with one of our final qualifying matches, one of our final knockout bracket matches here at ESL Masters Spring. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have our German Terran player, the Red Terran representing Team Mouse. It is Hero Marine. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Byun. Here we go. The winner of this series will make it out of the knockout bracket, will make it into the playoffs. The loser is eliminated from the tournament. A very, very important match here for these two players. And if you're in the chat, predictions are open. Predictions are now open. You can place your bets on who you believe will advance on into those playoffs and who will say goodbye and who will have their run ended here in DreamHack Dallas at ESL Masters Spring. Up to you to decide. Up to you. Just posting in the chat. Predictions are open. Whew, and we just wrapped up a brutal TVT. We just wrapped up Gumiho versus Clem. It was a wild series that went all the way to the ace match, and I'm hoping for the same here. I'm hoping we can go back and forth and make it all the way to game 5. But it's on our players here. Byun opening up double gas, going for a faster factory. We see here Marine opening up with more economic opener instead, going for a Rax into command center into our expansion. So something more economic from Hero Marine, something a little bit more aggressive and likewise safer from Byun. And there's that CC on the low ground from Big Gabe. Again, no fear whatsoever, opening up economically. Byun going for his factory follow-up here, opening up with Reaper into, I imagine, Hellion. And I think this is the first time we're casting this map today. It's been a wild day of StarCraft, and for the first time we're loading into Amphion of all maps. One of the more vetoed maps in the map pool has some interesting and unique features. Of course, there's a ramp coming into the natural, which is more of a unique feature that we see nowadays, a little bit less common than it used to be back many years ago. Likewise, we have a very defendable third base location, as you have to mine through these minerals to gain access to it, but likewise, so does your opponent. Your opponent has to either mine through minerals or break down rocks to actually apply the pressure here. And even in doing so, we have ramps. We have the high ground advantage here at said third, so it can be quite difficult to really punish and apply pressure to. Similarly, here at this linear third base location, it can also be quite difficult to engage as well. So we'll see how our players will approach this. Behind this, interesting, settling into a bit of a 2-1-1 setup here. We have our second Rax follow-up into our factory, so a bit of a delayed factory here by Hero Marine, building up a heavy bio count early on. Across the map, Byun opening up 1-1-1 into the starport. Did open double Reaper and is chilling back at home, but from here is getting into his add-ons, getting to his safety Cyclone, into, I imagine, Medivacs. Some drop play here. Meanwhile, Hero Marine, yeah, straight up 2-1-1. This is wild. You don't see this too often, but we're rushing into Stim. We spoke about how we delayed the factory for the faster second Rax into fast Stim, into a bio army here. I'm curious if we throw down a starport as a follow-up or a third Rax. And the answer is a starport. So yeah, this is interesting here. If you're familiar with the TVZ matchup and even a little bit of TVP, 2-on-1s are a lot more commonplace against Zerg players. Very much so. Uncommon against Protoss and Terran. Not unheard of, but uncommon nonetheless. So yeah, there's going to be an interesting Stim timing that Hero Marine's working on. Basically is building up towards a 16 Marine double medevac push. Before that happens though, we do see Byun moving out with his own drop. Bit of a more kitchen sink. We have some Reaper, Marine, and the one Cyclone in that medevac as we move out across the map. Here Marine will have Marines to defend, as his name does entail. There will be plenty of Marines, but is it going to be enough as the drop is coming in? We do hit that main base. Oh, Marine's going to be going down. We do bleed out 2 Marines already. Ooh, we are down to 3, but reinforcements are coming in just in time. Boys are being pulled, and with the help of these boys, we will fend off this drop and force it the hell out of the main. Despite that, 5 SCVs go down. We do got 5 worker kills. Pretty nice damage here by Byun. He saves the Reaper. Sorry, he saves the Cyclone. He saves the medevac. Does save the high-tech units. And does dip in, does confirm the production. Does confirm the mass marine, the 2 medevacs on the way, or I guess the reactored medevac production, reactored cyber production, and Stim. So Bjorn should be a lot more aware of what's going on as he's moving out with his initial tank push. Vikings are on the way. Here comes that double jump. Oh, trying to chase down the medevac. Oh, but the jukes are real, and Bjorn does escape. Bjorn barely getting away from those Marines, and we're moving out across the map towards that natural. Again, Bjorn, because of the opener of Hero Marine, 0 tanks. Or soon to be 1. Soon to be 1 tank, so Bjorn has the tank lead, has the Viking lead as well, as he's moving out towards the natural base. At the same time, Hero Marine, he's a bit out of position, he's out on the map, and there's not much at home to defend. Okay, we are setting up for a surround. Hero Marine unloading behind Bjorn's army, and getting ready to collapse on those tanks. Speaking of, Hero Marine coming in with his own defensive tank. Do you have the unsiege? The scan is real. We're going for the dive. Oh, the tanks that were on siege. 1 tank goes down, and so will the second. Very nice cleanup here by Big Gabe. Shuts down the tanks, forces Bjorn back. And that was a pretty big loss here, bleeding out 2 tanks this early on. And now suddenly Bjorn, he's in a bit of trouble here, going for the CC, going for the 3rd base, but here comes a massive counterattack by Big Gabe. Viking shuts down the drop. Oh, medevac barely does escape. And back at home, what do we have to defend? We have 1 tank, we have a handful of Marines, no bunker. Very little to defend. Bjorn needs a little bit more time. Has a tank on the high ground. The army is amassing. A nice pre-spread here by Hero Marine, avoiding the splash damage from the tank. He stims in. Big voice to the face. Ooh, but he will get on top of the tank. Yeah, the repairs are not going to be good enough. Tank goes down. Liberator has arrived. But SCVs are falling. 5 worker kills. Tank within range of the CC, even of the tanks. Oof. 2 tank shots go off. We don't quite get the tank though, as Bjorn is holding. Does barely hold on. Oh my god. Shaving off a Viking. Bleeding out the tank. And at the same time across map, Bjorn coming in with that low HP medevac. Oh my god. Getting 9 and 10, 11. It's getting far too much. 11 SCVs go down. But we're not done. Chaos ensues as Hero Marine, he drops into the main. Workers going down left and right for both players. Stim is exposed. And Stim is denied. Tech Lab goes down. There won't be a Stim. Not anytime soon. And we're going for the mineral line. The SCVs. And Bjorn bleeding out too much. 18 workers go down. And Bjorn will clean this up. But at what cost? The cost of our economy. Now, Bjorn thankfully has a 3rd base, so he can work towards the orbital and eventually take his expansion. But Hero Marine is keeping up. 3rd CC also done. Orbital is on the way. Big Gabe up in workers. Is up in those workers, settling into his own production. Remember, Gabe still has that Stim advantage over his opponent. A job coming back in. A little bit ambitious within range of the tank. Tank goes down. Oh, for both players. Oh, can we get it? Oh, not quite. Bjorn holds the line. Viking drop into the main base, getting 5 extra SCVs. Did bleed out the Viking, did lose it, but still got 5 more workers. Hero Marine maintaining his economic advantage. As I say that, Bjorn not taking this line down, gets 5 more workers himself. Both players are hurting. Now, Bjorn's advantage here is his upgrades. 1-1 is now finishing. 1-1 for his bio army is now complete. Hero Marine just starting his own upgrade. So that is the one lead, the one big advantage that Bjorn does have. Is going to be the quality of his bio army, and he's catching up with Stim. You know, even though Stim was denied and delayed for so long, now we're catching up. We're catching up with these upgrades, and Bjorn will be able to hold his own. Hero Marine still maintaining that worker lead, does expand, taking his 3rd base, taking the triangular 3rd location. We spoke about how defendable this base can be. Can be, as it's still vulnerable to drops. Is now on the way. And the game is settling down. We're calming down a little bit from here as both players are macroing, both players are expanding. But again, Hero Marine, because of his economic lead, that leads into a larger army. That leads into an earlier push. But I spoke too soon because Bjorn once again coming in with that medevac. Gets 7 SCV kills here in the natural. Almost gets a tank as well. Again, for only a handful of Marines, well worth it for Bjorn. 7 SCV kills. Bjorn, he's catching up. Not quite there yet, but he's clawing his way back into this. He's looking to stabilize. He's getting there. Bjorn moving on the right-hand side. Here Marine doing the same on the left. Here Marine going for a doom drop into the main. There is a turret, but only the one turret in the main base. There's a tank siege up as well, covering the production. Bjorn does spot the army. Sims in time. Does keep up. Does keep up with the doom drop. Bjorn, he thought about coming back home. Did think about it, but no, he is pushing. Bjorn is moving out. Drop into the main. There's a lot of Marines available here for Hero Marine, but he doesn't commit. He doesn't find a way in. There's just too much to defend. Meanwhile, back at home, what do we have? Oh, we have a tank going down. We sniped the first tank. We're going for the CC. And can we save it? The base getting low. It gets low by the repairs. Ooh. Oh my god, those tank volleys. The SCVs, they barely survive, and we do race back home. Coming in for the surround. Yeah, Bjorn gets cleaned up, but did get 8 more workers. Almost the entire mineral line. That was 1 tank volley, by the way. Jesus. Look how low those SCVs are. But we hold. Bjorn continuing his drop play. Double drop on the right-hand side. Bjorn stabilizing on his 3 bases. Now taking a worker lead. It's been a very chaotic game, very back and forth. For the most part, Gabe did have quite an advantage, but Bjorn has found himself back into this game. Still working on that 2-2, still having that upgrade lead. And once again, as Hero Marine moves out, Bjorn is coming back in. Like, these drops at the natural have been brutal. Time and time again, Bjorn has been abusing the fact that there has been no sensor tower here for Hero Marine, for Big Gabe. We stim in, tanks are exposed, 1 tank goes down, 2nd tank as well. Very nice speak-offs here from Bjorn. Once again abusing this position. Yes, 2 tanks will be cleaned up, will be forced back. As Hero Marine is going for his own drop. And Bjorn is moving out with his entire army. 3 tanks, mass bio. 2-2 is finishing up in a couple of seconds. Should finish up in time for this push. And Hero Marine focusing mainly on his drop. How many tanks do we have left? Only 3. Oh. 3 tanks here for Gabe. 1 sieged up at the natural. Scanning. Trying to spot the army. Bjorn does confirm. Does push in. And the tank siege up, and Hero Marine is being broken. We get on top of the tanks. We get on top of the Vikings. The Vikings, they don't add too much. They get focused down. We have 1 tank left. Whew. And at the same time, Hero Marine, he goes for the 3rd. And he will get a kill. There's no saving it. The orbital goes down. We shut down the 3rd base. We camp the production. Bjorn may have cleaned up a lot of the supply, but he's down a base. Trying to sneak out a 4th. Now a 3rd. Bjorn should be able to hold on back at home. But Bjorn is running out of steam. Like, sure, this push caught some tanks and caught a bunch of Vikings, but not much else. And Gabe is setting up for a surround. He's coming back home. Yeah, tanks are inching closer. Boys are being pulled. Marines, they come back. And Bjorn almost has nothing left. Bleeds out everything out here. He's got reinforcing Marines. He does have a backup 3rd CC. It is scanned immediately. Your Marine, he knows. And he's going for it. He wants another base. He wants the orbital. As he moves out, once again, Bjorn still active with his drops. But this time, Gabe is in position. This time, Gabe, he has the supply to work with. He attacks and he defends. Yeah, back at home, he's safe and sound. Threatens the 3rd. Boys being pulled. And Hero Marine doesn't get much damage done, not this time. But looking at the supplies here, Hero Marine is up in tanks, up in bio. No Vikings for either player. And Gaby's even got libs. Even has those liberators as well. He's just overwhelming Björn. Björn trying to muster up a defense, and he does have the high ground. Escape going for a split push. The drop distracting Björn and making room for the main army. Here Marine just pushing right down mid. Has to be careful. Does siege. Tank volley's going off. We try to dive on top of the army, but Björn fighting within range of liberators and tanks. GG gets called, and Hero Marine takes game number 1. Whew. GG. Oh my god, a very chaotic back and forth game there. For the most part, Hero Marine did have quite an advantage for quite some time, getting so many SCV kills early on and maintaining that worker lead. Björn was clawing his way back into it. Again, his drop play was very impressive, was getting so much done, but still not enough. Still not enough in the end. Still not enough in the end here, as we are settling into our next game. Oh, we're settling into game number 2. It's going to be on Oceanborn. Oh boy. Here we go. I'm going to be diving into Oceanborn as game number 2. But again, I imagine this game is going to be a little bit different. Like, God. Amphion was so chaotic. From the beginning, we had drop play from both sides. Workers were going down, just action from almost the start. We had a bit of a lull in the middle, but only for a moment. So it felt like a knife fight between these two players. Now we're getting into our next game. It's a solid lead here for Gabe, but again, I'm sure he wants to secure that lead in this series, in this best of 5. And spawning in the top left hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our German Terran player, the Red Terran representing Mouse. It is Hero Marine. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Blue Terran player representing Shopify Rebellion down in this series, but it's a best of 5. You have plenty of room here to catch back up. It is Björn. Let's go. Here we go, as we're settling into game number 2. And again, I'm hoping we can go the distance. It's a solid lead here from Gabe, but I'm hoping for a back and forth. I mean, we just wrapped up with Gumiho versus Clem, and it went all the way to game 5, went all the way to the ace match. Is it too much to ask for another ace match? Oh, we'll see. Still too early. I'm greedy, Papi. I'm greedy. But now we're settling in. It's going to be a double gas opener here by Gabe. Interesting. If you remember, if you recall, in game 1, Gabe did go for a more economic opener, but this time, double gas. And the roles have been reversed. Björn is going for a Rax expand. So economic opener by Björn, a bit of a more aggressive or tech-heavy opener by Hero Marine. Now this should lead into a CC on the low ground, or I mean, it could be on the high ground if we want to be a little bit safer. But it should just be more economic here by Björn. There it is. Command center is going to be on the way. Hero Marine will have a faster factory and a faster starport as a result. I imagine to get into drop play, to be a little bit more active. We do have options. We can go Reaper Hellion. We can go into a more heavy Cyclone opener. Could go Marine, wouldn't mind Hellion as well for a different kind of drop. We'll see. We'll see what Gabe decides to go for, as Björn is going to be more or less the defender here. The CC is getting up and running, and Hero Marine shouldn't be too far behind with his own, as we're getting our CC on the low ground on location. Oh. There it is. You can see Björn, he was checking with his Reaper. He checks his linear third and triangular third base. Sorry, triangular third and linear third base as well. He was checking for proxies, make sure he was safe and sound. Hero Marine does something similar, checking his third base locations, making sure there's no kind of shenanigans from either player. Here we go. We do have our starport on the way. It's going to be faster Cyclone production here for Gabe. Björn working with his initial Reaper Hellion instead. And we're just kind of easing our way into game 2. We're calming things down, Poppy. Calming things down. Oh, I see all the Gabe emotes in the chat. Let's go. Again, as opposed to the previous game, this is a chiller start. You know, game one, you know, we got all the tension out of our system. We with the hyper aggression. Just waiting for our second Cyclone. Here comes our Medevac. So again, a more Cyclone heavy composition here by Gabe. Bjorn now getting into his own initial Cyclone. Just the one, just to be safe. Here comes that Medevac. And we'll see if we can catch each other's drops. So Bjorn moves out with his Marine Cyclone. With his Marine Cyclone, bit of a kitchen sink with the Reaper Hellion as well. Here Marine moving out with the double Cyclone drop instead. And do we come across each other here as the Medevacs? They will spot each other. Bjorn does react. He pulls back. Bjorn pulls back. He's racing back home. Here Marine making his way across towards that natural. Doesn't flinch. Doesn't slow down. And how many SCVs? Did you catch two so far? Oh, so my apologies. We get one. Yeah, only one worker goes down. Nice defense here by Bjorn. Does pull away in time. But on the flip side, Bjorn wasn't able to apply any pressure. Bjorn is stuck at home that much longer. Hellion goes down. Good pick off here by Gabe. And we're not done. We're going in further into the main. Catching some more SCVs. Oh, getting two. 3 SCVs go down. We get the lock on, but Gabe will boost away. Saves the drop. And again, Bjorn has been stuck at home defending. Across the map, Gabe working towards his tank production. Tank Raven. Third TC on the way for Gabe. Bjorn still working on 2 bases. Now moving out with his own drop. With the Marine Cyclone. But at this point, we have plenty to defend. What's important, though, is scouting. Like Bjorn, with this, we might not get too much damage done, but we will get eyes on the third TC. It will give us a little bit of a better read on whether or not here Marine is being more economic and being more greedy, or being more aggressive. Bjorn tries to dive in. Marines are in position. We back the hell off. Bjorn is going to be forced back. Doesn't get eyes on much. Going for his own third. We are settling in. Oh, here Marine trying to hunt down that Medevac. Is looking for it. Doesn't quite find it though. Doesn't quite catch it. Bjorn diving in. Spots a third TC. Sees that it's almost done. Spots the Ravens. Over the Cyclones. They come in for the intercept. And we do get the lock on. Yeah, the boost is not going to be enough. The Medevac goes down. Very nice catch. Oh no! Oh, as we don't quite reciprocate. Whew. Gabe does get away. Nice pick off nonetheless. Bjorn moving out with his main army. Looking at the units tab here. Bjorn is down in Ravens, but we're even on tanks. It's 4 tank versus 4 tank. 2 Ravens here versus 3. Bjorn, instead of that third Raven, did commit into Viking production. Okay. So with these Vikings, we can try to zone away the Ravens of Gabe. Both players have Research Interference Matrix. Disable is going to be a big part of this fight. Bjorn does siege. Gabe backs off. He pulls back for now. Bjorn rotating around. Sharking around with those Ravens. Gabe getting to his own Vikings. We get the first disable. And we get one. Order targets get thrown down. Gabe, he holds his ground. Shuts down the first tank. Ooh, but does have to pull back. Is forced back here. Gabe killed a tank. Bjorn got a Raven. And throughout all this, we do get 2 Reapers in the main base, doing a surprising amount of damage, getting 4 SCVs. Not bad. And Bjorn backs off. Bjorn does retreat. But again, at least he got a Raven, which was a pretty nice pickoff. As we're not... Oh my god. The Reapers. What? 6 worker kills for 2 Reapers? Oh my god. Those were the early game Reapers as well. Very nicely done here by Gabe. Meanwhile, he has the high ground. Now, Gabe did spend a lot of energy with those auto turrets, so you can see these Ravens are tapped out. Meanwhile, Bjorn has been holding on, preserving that energy. Coming in with the disables, gets 2. Does catch 2 tanks. Big volley's going to be going off as well. Oh, Gabe, he is within range. And another tank goes down. a bad trade here for Bjorn, but we snipe the Ravens. We get one. Vikings forced to land, and Hero Marine is going to be forcing Bjorn back. Just barely. Nice tank volleys as well. Again, Gabe maintaining a tank lead. Does now take a Raven lead as he preserves both of his Ravens, and he sniped one. So Bjorn down to one. Bjorn forced back. Both players are on three base saturation, and Hero Marine has the worker lead. Has taken his gases, 4 CC on the way. This was a better outcome for Gabe. Bjorn didn't quite get what he was looking for. He was hoping to break this defensive line and hopefully punish the third base. Remember, Gabe's third was much faster. That's why Bjorn was moving out, in the hopes of delaying and denying the third, dealing some kind of economic damage, and instead, he met a brick wall of defense. We also had Reapers wreaking havoc across the map. And you can see here the disparity in supply. Like, Hero Marine with the better economy is just snowballing out of control here. Of 20 army supply, or 20 supply in general. But what I will say is that at the end of the day, TVT is still positional based. You know, you can be down 10, 20, 30 army supply, but if you can catch your opponent out of position, if you can siege up in time, if you can disable your opponent's tanks, you can still win a fight. So Bjorn is still in this. Marine simming in. Oh! Forcing Bjorn back. But the pressure is on Bjorn right now. And we have some drop play. So double drop towards the left-hand side. Hero Marine pushing through the middle. Again, up in tanks, up in Ravens, up in Vikings. Now, what's scary about this is not just that Hero Marine is up in supply, but as he pushes out, we have 2 medevacs full of Marines that won't be a part of this defense. We scan, we spot the tanks. Gabe, yeah, he's going for it. You're 2 on siege in time. Quick moves there out of Bjorn. Big tank volleys going off as well in the bio. Double drop does come in. Yeah, he's going to be distracting Hero Marine. Vikings forced to engage. Hero Marine does have the Viking lead. And he wins the fight in the air. The double drop is forced back. We stim in. We take some big tank shots to the face. Oof. Yeah, it looks like Bjorn, he will clean this up. His tanks were in position, forcing back the army, catching the Ravens. The Ravens are caught out as well, and oh, this push from Hero Marine, it was not it. Bleeds out far too much, bleeds out all of his tanks, the Ravens, the Vikings, and suddenly everything swings in favor of Bjorn. This is what we spoke about. Bjorn had the defensive advantage, he had a stronger defensive position. Gabe was going for the kill, but didn't quite find it. Bjorn holds on, and now suddenly the pendulum swings in favor of the blue Terran player, and now we're pushing. And can Hero Marine do the same? We're getting our tanks in position. The bio army moves out, which means these tanks are exposed. Bjorn scans. He sees that there's not much here, and he's going for it. He sims in. Goes for the sim, disables a further back tank. Yeah, and he's snowballing out of control, breaking through this defensive line. Barely breaking through the Marines. Gets another tank. And Bjorn, he's going for the kill, going for the throw. GG gets called. Bjorn ties us up 1-1. Whew. We're going to game 3. GG, well played. Once again, a very tense game there. Again, Gabe had certain advantages, but that push through the middle, that push towards that third base, did leave much to be desired there for Gabe. Bjorn had a beautiful defense there, and was able to quickly swing things in his favor. And now we're getting into game 3 to determine who takes the lead in the series, as we're tied up. We're tied up 1-1. Are tied up here. Oh. We are tied up, and now we are getting ready for that third game. Our map of choice is going to be Alkyone, and quickly checking here, it looks like our players are asking for a moment. Okay. I mean, I don't blame them. It's a very tense series. It's a very tense series here. I mean, their tournament lives are on the line right now. We have yet to enter the playoffs, and our players are asking for a couple of minutes, and hopefully everything is okay. I don't want to extrapolate too much. Björn is asking for a couple of minutes, and I do know that historically Björn has had wrist issues in the past. But whether it's that, whether it's just taking a breather, whether it's going for a bit of a bathroom break, we are more than happy to oblige. Hopefully everything is okay. So players are going to be taking a moment here before diving back in. Here we go. Whew. Here we go. But I hope everyone in the chat is enjoying themselves. Hope you're all having a good time tonight. Not even just tonight, but this weekend. This weekend of StarCraft. 3 days straight here of ESL Masters Spring. Three days straight. We're still only in day 2, and tomorrow is going to be the semifinals and the grand finals as well. So clear up your schedules. Clear them up. Get ready for some more StarCraft. And even after the series, after we wrap up, there's still going to be the quarterfinals as well tonight for the playoffs. So plenty more to come on the main stream. As it looks like our players are ready and we're diving into Game 3. Let's go. Diving into Game 3 and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Alkyone, we have our red Terran player from the land of Germany representing Mouse. Being forced into a tied-up series, can he bounce back? It is Hero Marine. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the blue Terran player representing Shopify Rebellion from the land of South Korea. Fighting back, bouncing back, and tying up the series. Can he keep this momentum going? It is Björn. Here we go. Ah. Greetings from Germany. You have a very calming voice. Made for casting, and your little laugh reminds me of a goofy in a good way. Ay, ay, ay. Thank you, I suppose. Thank you. Gracias, papi. Gracias. We're settling in, and it looks like we have, once again, a double gas opener from Big Gabe. Opening up double gas, going for a faster factory into his 1-on-1. Very similar to what we saw previously. Björn going for a more economic opener here. Racks expand as they open up with one gas geyser. These more economic openers are much more common on Alkyone. This map is known for its macro play, for its mid to late game. The reason why I say this is because our 2, 3, and 4 base setups here are a lot more defendable than they are on other maps. So we can kind of settle into our 4 base setup, go for a longer macro game, and cut the map in half. Of course, as the goal base is to factor in as well in a later game. Rush distance by ground is a little bit longer as well. And I wouldn't be opposed to that. So far in this series, it's been pretty, I don't know if I want to say decisive, but it's been very high octane, right? It's been very aggressive on 3 bases at most. We have yet to take a 4th in this series. Now, this would be the map for it. But we'll see. For now, with our extra gases, we do have the factory on the way, going to be into our reactor, into reactored Reaper production. So it looks like Reaper Hellion from Hero Marine. A little bit more old school, a little bit more traditional. Should be getting into a second wave of Reapers after this. 4 Reapers, 2 to 3 Hellions, moving out across the map to try to snowball and try to catch Björn off guard. Back at home, Björn just now building into and getting into his own factory. And here it is, we're just waiting for our next wave of reinforcements. Waiting to move out with quite a death pool of an army early on. Doesn't look like a lot, but again, 4 Reaper double Hellion can hit like a truck. And the goal, of course, is going to be to focus down the Reapers, Hellions, and Cyclones of Björn, and to bust into a mineral line, and to deal some economic damage. Here we go. Here comes the 3rd and 4th Reaper. From here, we should then go into Marine production and transition out of this. Oh, never mind. never mind. As we are continuing with Reapers. Gabe, calm down, Pop. Let's go. So, did I say 4 Reaper? We're going up to 6 Reapers and 3 Hellions. Much more committed here by Gabe. And here we go. We're diving in. Bjorn back at home is yet to confirm this, but he does have the high ground vision, has the high ground advantage. Hellion shot's going to be going off. We do manage to break through the defensive line. We're going for the Cyclone. And the Cyclone will go down, but we bleed out so many Reapers, and Bjorn, he holds. Barely does clean up all the Reapers. Did cost him the Cyclone. And here, Marine, he's got a handful of units left, but not enough to break through. I mean, I say that with these reinforcing Reapers, we don't have a Cyclone anymore. Could we get into a mineral line? It's going to be close, but nah, the Marines have come out in time. We have the medevac to support. Yeah, Bjorn is held. Was a very tense moment. But from here, Bjorn maintains his economic lead. He didn't lose a single SCV. 33 workers to the 29 of Gabe. And Gabe is not slowing down. Immediately reinforcing with a Cyclone, with Marines, sending the drop across the map. I mean, I don't blame him. Like, right now, there's a lot of pressure on Gabe to get damage done. Like, he needs some SCV kills. And he will catch the medevac. It's a couple of hits in, making his way towards that natural. Bjorn out of position. Cyclone rotating over. The boys are being pulled. And can we shut this down? Looks like with the help of the boys, we can. Bjorn once again forces back Gabe. We do get 2 SCV kills. That's some damage. Now dropping into the main. Dropping into the main base. Bjorn trying to keep up. Does rotate over, and we shouldn't get much more done here as the depot is getting low. Up! Can we get it? Ooh, we can. Just barely. Depot does fall. Gabe backs off, and back at home, we're calming things down. Third CC is on the way. We're working towards tank Raven. So Gabe is building up. Likewise, Bjorn back at home, working his own tank Raven production with our own third CC on the way. Again, it was a very, very aggressive start from Gabe. The aggression has subsided, and Bjorn still maintains a worker lead. We at least got some SCV kills, but again, Gabe was hoping for more. Gabe was hoping for more. We have the scan here just to confirm the production. Liberator Siege is up, but we are in position. We shut it down. The scan does confirm the Ravens, the tanks, the researching tech lab. And the game will settle from here. We spoke earlier about how Alcyone does lead to longer games with a more defensive setup here on our bases back at home, and that's the direction we're headed in for now. The direction we're headed in as Bjorn is moving out with his own drop towards the main base. Likewise, so is here Marine. Have a Cyclone in the mix. Third base being taken. The main looking a little bit bare bones here for Gabe, so we could get some damage done. Likewise, Bjorn is in position in his own main. Will we be able to respond? Ooh, we do unload, just barely out of vision. Stim is not quite done, but we do waddle into the mineral line. And SCVs are going down. We get one, we get two. 2 SCVs so far, forcing back the mineral line. At the same time, Gabe also going for his own drop. Yeah, limited anti-air. Bjorn will escape. Will get away. Oof, he's getting a bit ambitious. Going for the tank. Up! Yeah, but won't quite get it. Gabe has plenty here at the third. But we get 3 SCVs. And across the map, Gabe doesn't get much done. Tries to go for the mineral line, is going to get some workers. But Bjorn is here. Oof. The disable 1 second too late. Medevac gets shut down. Likewise, oh, here Marine coming back over the Cyclone. Yeah, some rough pathing there. The drop is cleaned up. We do manage to get 2 workers. As the dust settles, we're just settling into our 3-base setup. What do we have? Here Marine does have the tank lead. We have 6 tanks here versus the 4 of his opponents. Here Marine also has a Raven lead as well. So there is a lot of potential here with Big Gabe's army. There's going to be a lot of potential. Bjorn, likewise, stabilizing back at home, building up his SCVs. Gabe did take a worker lead in the midst of all that chaos. Now we're settling down. 4th CC is on the way for Hero Marine. And we should soon be seeing one for Bjorn as well. Yo, we're entering a longer game. Let's go. It's happening. Yep, there it is. 4cc on location. A little bit more brazen here by Bjorn. He has the confidence to take the space. Has a cyclone in position just in case so we can respond in time. And now we're just relying on drop play. It should be the case for both players, as here Marine is moving out towards the right-hand side. Bjorn actually moving out with his main army. Uh-oh. And Bjorn also has control of the Zonaga. So here Marine does not see the move out. He does not know what's going on. Sensor tower just now starting, but by the time it finishes, Bjorn might already be on top of him. Okay. We're calming down. I was like, yo, is he going to commit? The sensor tower will finish up in time. Double drop coming in is spotted. Bjorn maintaining his position. And Gabe is headed for the mineral line. Bjorn not too far away. Does respond in time. And he should be able to keep up with this. Yeah, forces back the drop. At the same time, Bjorn posturing in the center of the map, scanning, hoping to catch any kind of move out. But now we have the sensor tower. And now we're taking the fort. We are taking the fort base. So in chat, the playoffs are today as well. Only the quarterfinals are today. The semis and the finals are tomorrow, but the quarterfinals are today. So technically, some of the playoffs are going to be taking place later on. Not all of them. As we see Bjorn once again posturing. Drop being a nuisance, but Bjorn does keep up. Scan reveals how exposed the space is, and Bjorn is going for the fourth. It gets a disable. Threatens a dive, but here Marine not too far away. Does respond in time. Again, it's all about positional play. Bjorn testing the waters, looking for any kind of chink in the armor. Is sharking around, looking for an opportunity, and so far Gabe hasn't given him one. It's all about vision, map awareness. Bjorn going for a Doom drop towards the main. His main army threatening the fourth once again. He does have disables. Gets two. If two tanks are disabled, Bjorn going to be committing. Does siege within range. And two tanks go down at the same time. Doom drop into the main. And the Marines, they are unloaded. Two medevacs went down, but we do get in. Trying to camp the production. SCVs are going down. And Gabe will eventually clean this up. But what does he lose? As Bjorn keeps on pushing. Gabe late to siege. But is barely holding onto his fourth base. But he's at 15 SCVs back at the third. This was successful here by Bjorn. May not have broken the fourth CC, but he did deal worker damage. And he's still pushing. He's still pushing in. Yeah, Sims on board. Where's the fire? Yeah, here Marine, he's exposed. The tanks go down. The bio army now responding. But a little bit too late. As Bjorn fortifies his position, Disable's going to be coming in. We try to break out, but there are so many Marines. Yeah, Bjorn holds on. Bjorn barely does hold on. Tanks, they break out of that Disable. Volley's going up. And he still has not... Oh my god, the friendly fire! The friendly fire is brutal, but you can see Bjorn is rallying. He's rallying everything across the map. He knows that he has broken the defenses of Hero Marine. Has a broken his back. More volleys going up. And I say that Gabe is still trying to muster up an army. The planetary getting very low. Again, how can we deal with these tanks? We can't. that's the problem right now. We just can't. Bjorn going for a job at the same time. Again, there are just so many Marines here to help support this army. This tank line is not going to be broken. So much damage done. Gabe trying to go for a last hurrah, but isn't able to close the distance. Drop comes in. Get shut down. Is going to get a couple of workers. Yeah, and Bjorn goes for the dives. He knows he's ahead. He has just too much of a lead. Too much of an advantage. Once again, cleans up all the tanks. And it's only a matter of time before this planetary goes down. Oh, I say that. Those are some big volleys. Oh my god. Marines are being cleaned up. Better positioning there for Hero Marine. He will break out of this. Just barely, he will clean this up. But it costs him so much. Bjorn, he's up 40 supply. Now rerouting his army, headed towards the third. Stimming up the ramp. Catching a couple of tanks. And I know that I said earlier that, you know, there are ways to bounce back from a supply deficit. That is true, but not when your opponent is this aggressive. As we sim right down the middle, GG gets called, and Bjorn takes a lead. Whew. GG, well played. Bjorn does take a lead. Again, it was a Hail Mary play where he went for the Doom Drop into the main as he was pushing towards the fourth. Did pull Hero Marine apart. Did break through. And that position was just so brutal. Was just so brutal. And with that, Bjorn, Onomas, one more game is all he needs to take it all, to advance on into the playoffs. One more is all he does need. And here Marine is up against the wall. Is up against the wall. One more loss and that's going to be it. Or he can fight back. Force the ace match. I'm hoping he can. I'm hoping he will. I'm hoping we can go the distance. We're so close. And again, cheer for Big Gabe if you want that game 5. Regardless of how this goes, I would love to see that. But again, Bjorn needs Onomas one more to win it all. We have our lobby, we have our players. They're ready, and we're loading into Golden Aura. Golden Aura is going to be game 4. Sorry if I was looking or sounding a little bit distracted. I was just making the lobby. Like, at the end of every game, I'm like, very quickly just making the lobby, setting the server, inviting the players. I don't want to take too long. But here we go. We're diving in. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Golden Aura, we have our German Terran player. The Red Terran, representing Team Mouse. Down in this series, he needs your energy, he needs your support in the chat to force the ace match. Can they bring it back? He's up against the wall. It is Hero Marine. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the South Korean Terran player. The Blue Terran, representing Shopify Rebellion. One game away from winning it all and making it into those playoffs. It is Bjorn. We go. Whew. Again, loading into Golden Aura. A very interesting map. Has a bit of a shorter rush distance, or is a little bit more... You do find yourself a little bit more vulnerable compared to Alcyone. The third base is quite secure, as the ramp leading into it is very narrow, insanely narrow, so pushing up the ramp and into the third can be quite difficult. But the fourth base is more exposed, whether it's the fourth here on the low ground, which is wide open to the elements, or the fourth on the right-hand side, where if you knock down these rocks, again, could see some more aggression here. I mean, it's been a pretty aggressive series so far. Even in that last game, even as Bjorn and Hero Marine were getting up to 4 bases on Alcyone, like, there was still very much so in each other's faces. I mean, I say that. It was Bjorn. Like, Bjorn was very much so in Gabe's face. Just not letting him breathe. It's hyper-aggression from our Blue Terran. As we're entering another economic opener, Rax Expand. Rax Expand here from Bjorn. Hero Marine going double gas. Double gas opener here, going for a faster factory instead. Just some slight variations here between our players. And winding it back, if you remember, Gabe didn't have the most amazing opener when he opened up Reaper Hellion. He committed quite hard with reactored Reaper Hellion going up to 6 Reapers and 3 Hellions. But wasn't quite worth it. Wasn't quite worth it for Gabe early on. I imagine we're not going to commit as hard as we did in the last game. I imagine we're going to be calming things down, at least a little bit. Un poquito, papi, un poquito. So now we do have our CC on the way for Gabe. Yeah, this time there is no reactor, or no reactor first. It's going to be double Reaper into Cyclone. Okay, we're skipping the Hellions. Interesting. With this earlier Cyclone, this could be for a double Cyclone drop, which we have seen already in the series from Gabe. A lot of micro potential with those early game Hellions. Sorry, early game Cyclones. I think I said Hellion drop. Cyclone drop is what I meant to say. Like early double Cyclone drop. Has a lot of potential. As Bjorn is opening up in a more standard fashion here. Into his Reaper Hellion, followed by the safety Cyclone of his own. Into a medevac, into a drop. Yeah, there's that second Cyclone, so it's going to be a double Cyclone drop from Gabe, and going to be a Marine Cyclone, bit of everything move out for Bjorn. See if the drops come across each other, if they react to each other, and who is able to get more damage done. So chaos is about to ensue. Just waiting for those medevacs. And then we're sending it back. Both players will be sending it. See the Marine Cyclone getting ready. Yeah, Bjorn moves out, and so does Gabe. Both players do move out. Drops will pass by each other, and who is the first to react? Oh, it's going to be Bjorn, who does unload, gets a lot of damage done. Oh, medevac barely doesn't go down, but takes a lot of hits. Takes a lot of damage, and Gabe has to back off. He goes for the dive. Oh, Bjorn bleeding out both of the medevacs. Bit of a more even trade here as the Cyclones, they bounce off each other. At the same time, Reapers coming in, force around. Bjorn catching the Cyclone. Oh, ooh, just barely. Bjorn shuts down the drop, catches both Cyclones, and pulls back. Whew, oh my god. Does pull back in the end. As both players back off, we're getting into our tank Raven production. Bjorn does take a slight worker lead, as he did have the faster command center, faster expand. And now the pressure is on Gabe. Again, bleeding out that drop was brutal, but now we sip in. And we're going for some SEVs. Do catch one worker in the main. And we do manage to get the hell out of here. Nice KDA charges. Whew. Does cover his exit. Does make it out. Nice moves there by Gabe. Behind this, third CC is on the way. A little bit faster than the third of Bjorn, which again makes sense. Ideally, Hero Marine wants to take a faster third to recover. Does want to take a faster third base. Again, tank's already getting in position as well. Hero Marine securing himself. As once again, we're entering Bio Tank. So far in this series, no one has embraced mech. In the previous one, we did see attempted mech as well between some of our other Terran players. But not this time. Not between Gabe and Bjorn, which I do appreciate. I mean, not opposed to mech in TVT, but do appreciate more dynamic style. Raven's sharking around. Bjorn does confirm the positioning of Gabe. Third base almost done. Ooh, Reapers do dip in, and even though they go down, Gabe at least does confirm the timing of the third CC of Bjorn. So he's aware that it's not a two-base all-in. He's aware that he has a faster third base. And the armies are moving out. Looking at our units tab here. Hero Marine does have a Raven lead. It's going to be triple Raven here from Gabe. He gets a double Raven of Bjorn. Tank counts are pretty comparable with each other. Bjorn slipping in from behind. Going for the tanks. Order towers are thrown down. Ooh, and the tanks of Gabe, they are exposed. Ooh, one tank goes down. Ooh, trading tank for tank. But Bjorn is pushing through. Gabe out of position, having to go the long way around. And we're going for the third base. We're going for the CC. Again, Gabe bleeding out a Raven earlier. Tank goes down, but liberation zones have arrived. Yeah, and with these libs, Gabe will force back the army. Catching a tank in the retreat. Again, the Liberators, they came out just in time. Things looking a little bit scary there for Gabe. Bjorn has to retreat. Once again, trying to catch out the tanks. Oh, he wants them. And he's going to get them. And catches one almost a second as well. Once again, Gabe caught out of position. Caught out in the open. And we're going for the third base. Does Gabe turn around? No, he doesn't. He keeps pushing. Tank is exposed, so we're breaking into the third base. At the same time, same across the map. Our boys are being pulled. And Bjorn, he collapses on the Liberators. First Liberator goes down. The tank as well. Bjorn, he defends. And across the map, he's getting too much done. 6, 7 SCVs going down. We deny the third. Bjorn, back to mining. Again, things looking dire here for Gabe. Does race back with the Ravens at least, but he just doesn't have much to work with. Throws out the auto turrets, zones away the army. Gabe trying to dive in. Oof. Does try to go for the dive, but the momentum here from Bjorn is just too much. The tanks have arrived. We have a massive tank lead here for Bjorn. Boys are being pulled into tanks of all things. Get a bit of a desperation move here by Gabe. Throws out the auto turrets, lands the Vikings. He will barely clean up some of these tanks, but not everything. Not enough. 21 SCVs go down, and Bjorn is snowballing out of control. Again, multiple times just catching Gabe in the center of the map. Picking away those tanks. Gabe trying to hold them, but Vikings have arrived. Oh, we're within range. The tank goes down. And there's just barely anything left. GG gets called, and Bjorn will take the series 3-1, advancing on to the playoffs, advancing on to the quarterfinals. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Congratulations here to Bjorn, as he will take the series, will take the best of 5. My condolences to Gabe. I was hoping for a game 5. I was hoping for an ace match, regardless of how this would go. But yeah, that was just there were a couple of brutal moments there for Gabe as he was being caught out, bleeding out tanks in the center of the map multiple times actually, and yeah, Bjorn just catching Gabe out of position, able to assert himself, move out across the map, catch Gabe. Just out of position far too many times. And congratulations to Bjorn. My condolences to Gabe, as he has been eliminated from ESL Masters Spring. Has been eliminated. GG. I'm just reporting the score. GG, well played here. Congratulations to Bjorn. He will advance on, and let's have a look here at the bracket. Let's try to catch up on what has been going on. Again, a shout out to Hero Marine to make it this far. You know, he didn't have a bad performance whatsoever, whether it's in this series or whether it's in the entire tournament. Hero Marine, he was able to take down Estrella 2-0. In the winners stage, he was able to take down Clem. Just think about that for a moment. Gabe 2-1 Clem yesterday. He was able to bring down one of the best Terran players in Europe, but still getting knocked out of the tournament. Like, again, this just was not a bad performance from Gabe. To bring down Clem is a very, very impressive feat. But, you know, Clem is just merely one player amongst a sea of talent here at ESL Masters Spring. There's just so many strong players with Maru, Hero, Oliveira. Oliveira's been popping off as well. Spirit, Rainer, Shin. So many strong contenders. And Gabe does bow out. But again, a solid run nonetheless. You know, to bring down Clem, like that's no easy performance. No easy thing to do. And Bjorn will make it through. Likewise, we have some other results coming in. Oh, I was looking forward to this series. Hero versus Clem also wrapping up. Clem has also been eliminated from the tournament. Hero taking the 3-0 and shutting Clem down. My condolences to Clem as well. Again, Hero is the best Protoss in the world, arguably. At least the best, inarguably the best offline Protoss player. As Hero does make it into playoffs. And we still have some more series going on. It looks like Shin versus Cure is mid-series, being casted by the B-Stream. B-Stream is covering that. And we have Spirit versus Estrella, which is currently going on as well, I believe on Steadfast's channel. believe Steadfast is covering that series. And I believe Steadfast is going to be following Spirit versus Estrella into the next round. I believe Steadfast will be following that series into Raynor. I think that's the agreement that we came upon. So I need to figure out what the plan is. It's possible... it's possible that we might cast Raynor versus either Spirit or Estrella. It's possible that we might cast that as well. Or we might just leave that to Steadfast. I'm uncertain as to what to do. Because I think technically we could just double up and just cast Raynor versus Raynor series. Or I could just co-stream the mainstream. I could do that as well. We have options. We have options. I've already finished up and wrapped up my first 4 series there. So we'll see. Meanwhile, do we have any quarterfinals matches getting ready? We do. Maru versus Hero. Oh my god. That is brutal. In the quarterfinals. Maru versus Hero is wild. That's a rematch. They face off so many times, by the way. Maru, the best Terran in Korea. Hero, the best Terran in Korea as well. They faced off in the finals of GSL. They faced off in the finals of Stars War 11. And now they face off here in the quarterfinals. It's going to be a wild series. It's going to be a good one. It's going to be sick. I'm pretty sure that's being covered by the mainstream. Pretty sure they're casting Maru versus Hero. I guess we're going to be going on a short break. When we return, I'll have an answer for you. I'll have an answer whether we're going to be casting Raynor series or whether we co-stream or whether we end the stream. We could just end it. Because I could just... It's 6 a.m., but I could just go to bed. Could happen. 6 a.m., but we'll see. But now we're going to be going on a short break, and we'll see you guys after the break. I'll keep you guys updated. Till then, And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the final knockout match. Welcome back to ESL Masters Spring here at DreamHack Dallas. We have been wrapping up the knockout brackets. We have already had a couple of players advancing into the quarterfinals. Hero took down Clem 3-0. Björn took down Hero Marine 3-1 as well. Over on the B stream, I believe they're covering Shin versus Cure, and we have a fresh best of 5 to determine who else makes it into the playoffs. As spawning in the top right-hand corner of Post Youth, we have our red Zerg player from the land of Italy representing Team Basilisk. It is Rainer. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the Polish Terran player, the blue Terran representing Team Na'Vi. It is Spirit. Here we go. Ooh. Again, we just wrapped up our TVT, but I believe Steadfast just wrapped up Spirit versus Estrella. It was a wild series. It was a very intense back and forth between the two players, but Spirit did advance on. Estrella has been eliminated from the tournament, and now it comes down to this. It comes down to one more final qualifying spot here for those playoffs. Rainer opening up with a 15, I believe? Yeah, with a 15 hatchery here on Post Youth. Post Youth, sorry, 15-15, I should say. But Post Youth is an interesting one. Fun fact, we have not casted this map at all this weekend. Here on the CranKy Ducklings, we've been avoiding this series, but it is great to be here. It is great to be back on Post Youth in this TVZ. Again, one of the big features of this map is the hybrid base you can take as the natural, the goal base as well. You can rush into as a natural or a third or even a fourth base. Likewise, a lot of bases to be taken in general. A lot of bases that can be expanded to, and we can end up in a bit of a later game as well if Spirit can survive it, if he can survive the aggression of Rainer, depending on how greedy he wants to be. For now, we're settling in. Going to be a Rax Expand set up here from Spirit. Likewise, 15-15 opener out of Rainer. With this, we're basically delaying our gases. With this opener from Rainer, slightly faster hatchery, delayed gases from our Zerg, prioritizing, of course, the rich mineral patches here at that natural, and just getting a boosted economy early on. Boosted mineral economy, I should say. The downside is that link speed is going to be a little bit later. The Reaper has arrived, going to be dancing with the workers of Rainer. Doesn't quite get a drone kill. Very nice spore trick there from our Zerg player. Does keep it alive. And we do maintain our 2-base setup as we now look to expand and take a third. Spirit is in position. He is poised, ready to try to deny, but he's going to be backing off, checking the goal base as he rotates around. Third base is now on the way. Behind the Spirit going for a third CC before Starport, so a very economic build as well from our Terran player. And Spirit, he's known for his green. He's known for his more economic approach in general in the TVZ matchup, and is looking to get into the mid game. It's a nice change of pace, to be honest. We've had a very high tense and high octane TVT back to back with Gumiho and Clem, and with Hero Marine and Björn. And now we can just calm things down a little bit. We can ease our way into this TVZ. Also, my apologies. Oh my god, I did actually forget. It's going to be a little bit late, but in the chat, predictions. If you would like, predictions are open in the chat. You can place your bets on how you believe this series will unfold, on who is going to advance on in this best of 5. Best of luck in the chat. I quickly get that going. Rainer and Spirit. Beautiful. Predictions. They are open. Whew. Meanwhile, behind this is going to be 3CC into Banshee play, so Spirit headed into Banshee aggression, Banshee harassment. It's a nice way to play against Roach heavy styles as well. It will keep you safe. We're going to have Hellions on the ground and Banshees in the sky, looking to try to pull these Queens apart and get some economic damage done. Ooh, as we do deny the 4th. The whole base is denied, but only for a moment here, as Rainer is going to retake it. Hellions dipping in, but it could be forced away by the Queens. So far, good positioning here from Rainer with those Queens. And the Overlord Scout will confirm the Banshees. Rainer, he sees the starport, he sees it researching, he's fully aware the Banshees are on the way, and spores are in production. We have a spore in every single mineral line, bar the main. The main is a little bit more exposed. There is potential. As Hellions look for a way in. The Banshee making its way on the left-hand side of the map, making its way towards the natural, but we do have that Spore. We are ready for it. So far, we are ready. And it looks like we're waiting to just bank up an additional Banshee. Waiting for, that second Banshee to move out. Spirit getting into his bio play, Stim in production, additional Raxes. A 3-1-1 setup, standard setup here from Spirit. Hellions will poke in to catch a tumor. And now with those two Banshees, we can actually threaten the mineral lines. Even with a Spore in position, we can pick away at those drones. Get a couple of worker kills. Make this opener worth it. Already one drone goes down. Oh! Almost getting a second. Nice reactions here from Raynor. Does pull away in time. Oh! Again, it takes 2 shots to kill a worker. 1 shot not quite enough. We get 2 drones so far. Ooh, a third drone towards the end. The Queen's dragged back into the main. And on the front lines, we have been cutting corners. Raynor has been droning up quite heavily here. Barely has an army, mainly working with Lings. But he goes for the surround. And he does catch a good chunk of these Hellions. 4 Hellions do fall. Behind this one, 1 is on the way. Bathing Nest is done. Bathing Speed in production as well. Raynor has map control, and Raynor is spreading creep. Honestly, he's looking quite comfortable. We have a 5-base setup. We're joining up to 75, soon to be 80. Creep is spreading. We shut down the Hellions. Spirit is building up towards a push. But Banelings are morphing in just in time. So honestly, a very nice setup here from Raynor. Spirit is moving out. Trying to catch a Queen. Oh, Chance uses our clutch. Keep the Queens alive. Raynor now taking up into an infestation bit. This should be for Hive Tech for Lingbane. Hydro Lurker Viper, I would imagine. We could even just go Lingbane into Ultras instead. We have options. So we catch a Queen. Do barely catch a Queen, threatening a dive into the gold. So far, Spirit not pulling the trigger, just keeping on the edge of creep. Approaching upon the bases. Dropping left-hand side, Spirit going for a split push. And Raynor is just amassing up more Lingbane, ready for the assault. I mean, the creep is receding. Raynor has to respect that. Does have to respect the army. And in the midst of all this, we could attempt a run by. I mean, the SimCity is looking quite brutal. It's we're quite fortified back at home for Spirit. I think his Banshee's back at home as well. Job comes in. We have Lings in position. The base is safe. And Raynor's about to max. He's about to max out on Lingbane. Collapsing on the Marines. Oh! Decent tank shots at the same time. Going for a run by. Trying to hit that third. Alas, not breaking through. Spirit is holding. But likewise, Spirit can't really advance. If he ever pushes onto creep, he's going to be shut down. 100%. There's just too much Lingbane on the ground. Viper's now on the way with that hive. No Hydrogen, I believe. Yeah, no Hydrogen, no Lurker Den. So it looks like we could eventually throw down that Ultra Cavern instead. So we're going to be saturating. Banshees not quite finding any damage here. The Queens are able to keep up. Raynor is working towards those hive upgrades with Adrenal on the way. Not a bad amount of creep is being shut down. Lings, they do break in. Yeah, the wall has barely been broken. We can't get into the mineral line, but Spirit, he's in position. Does come back in time so far. Has been able to keep up. 4th base getting up and running. Soon to be a 5th. As Raynor does break through. With his Lingbane, going to be able to collapse on top of this army. At the same time, Spirit pushing out. But we're lying in wait. Raynor is in position. Yeah, Raynor getting on top of the tanks. Just not enough support. Spirit, he's being overwhelmed. This is becoming too much. We've broken the base and getting on top of the production. Tanks are falling left and right. Spirit now turning back around, but it might just be too late. Oh, as we have some borrowed Bailings up. Bailings waiting for the workers to come back. Yeah, we're going in for the kill. Again, just very patient play here out of Raynor. Finally breaking out, breaks through the main army. GG gets called, and Raynor takes game number 1 in a pretty dominant fashion. GG. GG, well played. I'll be honest, like, I don't think at any point here in this game was Raynor under any trouble. He was able to establish his 4-base setup, able to take up into a hive. The push from Spirit was denying creep, but never more than that. Spirit, he was just never able to really threaten a mineral line, or, I mean, the Banshees, they killed like 3 drones. They killed a couple of workers, it's true, but not much more than that. Raynor was looking quite comfortable there. Again, part of that is also because of the map, right? With that map, you can settle into your 4-base setup quite quickly, especially with the gold bases. Raynor, he was able to really settle into his economy quite freely there, and yeah, was just in full control. Very impressive stuff. Spirit just unable to keep up with Raynor, but I'm sure that coming into the rest of these games, coming into some of these other smaller maps, we should be seeing a different dynamic. I'm hoping so. I'm hoping that Spirit can bring it back. There we go. Okay. I'm hoping that we can bring it back here as we're diving into game number 2 on Crimson Court. Let's go. I'm just updating the score on the screen. Diving into game number 2. Raynor with a 1-0 lead. And again, just a really solid performance there from Raynor. Spirits, when it came to his side of things, the Banshee opener didn't do much damage. If you remember, he lost his Hellions early on as well, which that was another reason as to why Raynor had so much freedom in the early game leading into the first push. The first push was able to gain ground, but remember, we just weren't able to really threaten the gold base. Raynor, he got away with it. He got away with the gold, got away with more than that. And now we're getting into game number 2, and spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have our blue Terran player, representing Team Navi from the land of Poland. Can he bounce back in this series? It is Spirit. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Italian Zerg player, the red Zerg representing Basilisk. Leading the series 1-0, it is Raynor. Here we go. So Raynor is going for a much more standard hatch gas pool. And again, this map has a little bit less to take advantage of. You know, there's no gold base or gold hybrid base to rush into. There is the rich vesting gas geyser in the center of the map, but that's more applicable to some of these other matchups. We'll see if Raynor tries to embrace it. It's difficult to, just because, you know, these pushes and siege lines can, this cliff face can be abused. Difficult to take advantage of. So we should be seeing more of a back and forth here. Should be. As Raynor's going for a hatch gas pool. Spirit going for his own Rax expand as well. We have seen Spirit be a little bit more experimental with his play, especially in his series against Laser. For those that maybe don't tune into the CranKy Ducklings, we cast a lot of Polish regional events, and Spirit and Laser, as you can imagine, they face off quite often in those events, and maybe it's only because it's a Laser, but Spirit, he's willing to play like Mech, willing to go open up and cheese and go like 2-port BC. Just a wild aggressive build from Spirit, which he does flex against the Laser, but again, that could just be because they know each other quite well, and Spirit also knows that the Laser is typically very greedy and can be abused at times or punished. So it could just be more metagaming between them. I don't know if Spirit is willing to spice things up against Raynor, of all players. Likewise, I should also emphasize that we have seen a Spirit bring Raynor down. It was, what, a year or two ago in the EU regionals where Spirit was able to take it to the late game. I specifically remember casting, well, quite casting, but watching Spirit versus Raynor on Neo Humanity. This was, what, like 2 map pools ago, where Spirit was able to out-macro and outdo Raynor in the late game. And I do think that Spirit has some of the best late game TVZ in Europe. Definitely. it's only if he can get there, right? Can he get to the late game? Like the last game, even though we were on 4 bases, Spirit never maxed out. He was never able to max out. He was never able to get into a solid, tank ghost count or tech up even further. Raynor just snowballed out of control a little bit too quickly. Spirit wasn't able to get into his game. But I want to believe that when he can take it to Raynor. Meanwhile, it's going to be a 3rd CC before Starport. Once again, an economic opener, the same build as we saw in Game 1. And we'll see if this leads into Banshee play again. We do see the Tech Lab on the racks, and this should be leading into an add-on swap. With the racks lifting, the Starport landing, and going into Banshee play. It's a very safe way to open up, as Raynor is going for the center base. Ooh, that is a bit of a tell. Now, what the center base does is that, one, it does give you a launch pad for creep. Creep spreads very quickly across the map as we're already at the halfway mark, and this base allows you to spread it even further, even faster across the map. Likewise, we also have the Rich Festing Gas Geyser, as it is being prioritized by Raynor. With this base, you can rush into so much gas income here. And what do we do with this gas? Now, we have seen a lot of Roach-based all-ins with this base, which is what I would expect to be seeing in a ZVP. Against a Terran player, Roach-based all-ins are still very viable, true, but we could also use this to rush into Hydras, into a Lingbane Hydra-based army, into a faster Hive, into faster Lurkers. We'll see. See how we make use of this gas. We're only on 2 gas geysers, by the way. We just skip the gases at the natural. We don't need it. Creep already spreading halfway across the map. At sub 5 minutes. Lair is on the way. And Spirit is now establishing his 3rd. Meanwhile, we did have the add-on swap. We're working towards those Banshees. First Banshee's moving out. Hellions, likewise, they hit the center of the map. But Queens are in position. Hellions are forced back. So far, so good for Raynor. Does zone away those Hellions. Rocks are being knocked down. Again, so important here for Raynor to open up both attack paths on the left and right hand side. This is the other crucial thing about this map, is that there are so many rocks and there's just so much terrain that can work against you at times if you don't think ahead of time. If you don't open up these attack paths. Likewise, yeah, we're mining through these mineral patches. Bailey Nest is on the way. Again, it was a Lair first build, so a bit of a safer opener here. Raynor this time did not rush into upgrades. As a reminder, in Game 1, Raynor did rush into his Evo Chambers before his Baling Nest or Baling Speed. Oh, and now we see what we're using that gas for. I spoke earlier about how you can use the gas to go for a Roach all-in or to rush into Hive Tech and Hydra Tech. We'll do you one better. Oh, as we have the Spire on the way in the main. It's going to be for Mutas. That's a way to make use of the gas, true. So Raynor spicing things up here, taking all of his gases. Rushing into Spire Tech, rushing into Mutas. So far, has not been scouted. Once again, the Hellions are zoned away. Likewise, Banshees, they're trying to find some damage to do. Pick off a couple of workers. 2 drones go down. You catch 2 workers here at the natural. Spire is on the way. Still no vision from Spirit. Still has no idea. Back at home, building up. Saturating his 3rd. Getting into his bioproduction as well, taking his gases. Vying for map control, but really just Raynor keeping Spirit busy. As we're even going for a Drop-A-Lord. Let's go! Overlord making its way into the main. This is a slow Drop-A-Lord. This is just slow. Like, there's no Overlord speed. So we're creeping our way into the main base. We're getting there. It's gonna take a while, but it'll happen. Unscouted, Mutas are on the way. Now, rushing into Mutas can leave you quite vulnerable, as we have 0 upgrades. Remember, we skipped out on the Evo Chambers to afford the Spire and the Mutas. So the Lingbane is going to be worse off as a result. But these Mutas, they can pop off. They can just wreak havoc in the mineral lines. SCV is already going down in the main. Spirit does race back home. Shuts down the Lings. A couple of Queens are getting picked off as well. And where are the Mutas headed? Do we try to go for the main... Sorry, do we try to go for the center of the map and go for the tanks? No, we're going for the mineral lines. 12 Mutas in total. And we do bust in. SCVs are going down as Raynor reveals himself. Spirit responding, but already 12 SCVs. 12 workers do fall. We do have some Marines lying in wait in the main because of the link drop earlier, thankfully. And the tanks are exposed. One tank goes down. We do get some nice volleys on the Banelings, but we will clean this up as we shut down the second tank. Ooh. It cost us quite a bit of Ling Bane. But the Mutas are still not done. They head towards the third base, going for the SCVs. Banelings, they do catch some of the transferring Marines. Marines are going down, tanks as well. Raynor just pulling Spirit apart here. But remember, these are 0-0 Lings. Will be shut down. So Raynor has to be careful not to throw away too much. He has to be very careful not to throw away too much Ling Bane. He did catch another tank, and with a low tank count, Spirit, he won't be pushing. That's the hope for Raynor. He hopes that if he's able to just pick up these tanks, we stop and we deny any kind of move out. And we can and must drop another Ling Bane army. Mutas headed for the third. Just keeping Spirit busy. Raynor joining up to 71, now joining up to 80. Fully saturating. Settling into his Ling Bane. Infestation bits on the way, that's going to be for Hive Tech. How many Mutas do we have? We're on 15. 15 Mutas so far. But Spirit is holding his own, as he's now on 4 bases. I'll say Spirit even has a comparable, if not better, economy than Raynor. And the quality of Spirit's army is going to be out of this world. With 2-2 on the horizon, soon to be 3-3 thereafter. These Mutas need to get more done. They got, what, 12 workers, which was good, but we were hoping for more. Again, Spirit's economy is still on par with that of Raynor. Interesting gas guys are being taken. The center base as well. Planetary is done. Yeah, Spirit just turtling up and looking to max out. Now, this will give Raynor the time he needs. Like, he does need time here to drone up to 80, now almost 90. Maxing up Ling Bane. Hive is on the way for those Hive upgrades. Raynor is the first to max out. And it looks like he will catch some tanks. Very nice positioning. 1 tank goes down, 2 tanks go down. Raynor does back up. Again, keeping that tank count low. Keeping it manageable. Likewise, Spirit working on his ghost production. Making 2 tanks at a time. Muta's still sharking around. Oh, not quite getting the Marauder. Well, not trading a Marauder for a Muta. Not the best trade for Raynor. Being cheeky. Let's move it around. Looking for more pickups. Interesting gas guys are running out for Raynor. 2 2s on the way. I believe the Hive is done, but we have... Oh, as we catch those Banshees. But we have yet to invest into Adrenal. And there it is. Adrenal's on the way and the Ultra Cavern. Now, what I'm waiting for is Spirit maxing. Spirit, he's been building up for the past couple of minutes. And once he maxes out, he's going to push. And again, I do still favor Spirit's army when he does move out. As Raynor's army is so fragile. Especially in a head-on fight, Mutas are not ideal. They're good at picking off stray units here and there. They're good at harassing. Like this, picking off another tank. And another. And another. 3 tanks go down. Very nice. We catch 3 tanks, we get more SCVs. Like, this is what Mutas are good at. Just chipping away at the fringe army here, the fringe units of Spirit. As Raynor takes every base on the map. This mass expanding, main-arding over. Prioritizing saturation at these fringe bases. Still maxed out on Ling Bane. making more mutas. Ultra upgrades are on the way. I imagine that once we bleed out mutas, we're going to be hard switching into Ultra. Here we go, Rainer now pushing in. He goes to the dive. Bailey's a roll on forward. Oh, so far good kiting here by Spirit, but we get into the mineral line and SCVs are going down. That's all we wanted. We get the planetary and we're going for the ghosts. Oh, so many ghosts go down. An insane trade here for Rainer. How many did we get? 9 ghosts. 10. 10 ghosts go down and we have broken the army. They've broken the back of Spirit. Again, the tank count a little bit too low. We clean up all the tanks just barely at the end. And Rainer instantly remaxes. He remaxes with Ling Bane. And Spirit, what does he have left? We're down to 2 tanks, a handful of Marines. Did we reset the ghost count? We did. 0 ghosts left as well. Spirit lost everything here at this base. And Rainer, he's pushing in once again. Catching another tank. Tanks falling left and right. Rainer just having his way with Spirit. I mean, his one chance in my mind was his max out. Was Spirit stabilizing on 5 bases, but that didn't happen. Barely not. Crash into the planetary. Planetary goes down. Muta's wreaking havoc at the natural, and we're just pulling Spirit apart. Just cannot keep up. Not anymore. You see Spirit trying to reclaim this base, but again, there's just so much Ling Bane, and we're not done. We're pushing into the natural. Marines going down, SCVs as well. Oof. As we connect to the mineral line, 44 SCVs fall. Muta still wreaking havoc in the main. GG gets called as Rainer, he starts up those ultras, and Rainer takes a 2-0 lead. GG. GG, well played. Again, this time I would say that we had more of a back and forth. I mean, Rainer still had map control, is the problem. He had full map control. He was able to expand wherever he so pleases. Spirit wasn't necessarily going for any kind of drop play. I mean, he couldn't against mutas. That's one of the advantages of mutas, is that we contain our opponents to their bases, really. And Spirit was building up, but barely didn't quite get there. Again, props to Rainer for catching so many tanks out of position, or just picking away and catching so many high value targets there. I feel like he got what, like 8 or so tanks in the lead up to that final fight at the 5th base, and that did kind of leave Spirit that much more vulnerable at that fresh expansion. Of course, Rainer was just able to roll on in, shut Spirit down. Was able to shut him down in the end, and with that, GG. Rainer is now 1 game away from advancing on into the playoffs, into the quarterfinals. The pressure is now on Spirit to fight back. Oh boy, he's up against the wall. 1 more loss, and that's going to be it. That's going to be the series. And I mean, Spirit has done so well for himself so far in this tournament. Spirit to bring down Lambo, to bring down Estrella. Like, those are not easy opponents. For Spirit to bring down a Trigger as well, but here against Rainer, he is struggling. Again, Rainer has been on that career arc for the past couple of months. And it's showing us all that even though Rainer did struggle a little bit amongst the Koreans, here against Spirit, he is looking on fire. And now, we're getting into game number 3, potentially the final game of the series. I at least hope not. But spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have our red Zerg player representing Team Basilisk, leading the series 2-0, 1 game away from advancing on. It is Rainer. Oh my god. This is not a 14. He's going for a 12 pool. He's crazy. It's spawning in the top left-hand corner. We have the blue Terran player representing Team Na'Vi from the land of Poland. He has to fight back here and now as he's going for a proxy 2-rax. It is Spirit. Let's go. Okay, we have a proxy 2-rax out of Spirits. At the same time, we have Rainer going for a 12 pool back at home. Going to be rushing into these early lings. Did I say 2 racks? My apologies. That is a third SCV. Third SCV is moving out. It's going to be a proxy 3 racks at a Spirit Mass Marine against the early lings. Now, how does this play out? These things are going to be rushing across the map. They're going to be rushing across the map to deal some damage. At the same time, we're going to be banking on Marines here for Spirit, looking to push in and deny the natural and push in and even kill his opponent. I'm actually not too certain how this plays out. I think I want to favor... I was going to say I want to favor Spirit. These things hit first. The reality is that these lings, they're going to be moving out. They're going to hit first, and Spirit has nothing at home to defend. The problem here is the speed, right? Like, if we can get into this build, these Marines will snowball out of control, and they can break Raynor 100%. The problem is that the lings are already moving out. They're already halfway across the map. They're already knocking down that front door. And Spirit just has 1 Marine. Like, he doesn't have enough. This may just be game. This is not how I wanted this series to end, but here we go. Marine reveals itself. Lings, they bust into the main base, and as long as we don't get surrounded, these lings, they should clean this up. Yeah, they dive into the mineral line. Boys are being pulled. Raynor has to be very careful not to be surrounded. Bunkers are being thrown down. Marines are amassing. Raynor setting up in his main, throwing down spine crawlers again. Raynor, all he has to do is give up on the natural, protect the main. As there is 0 economy, 0 mining for Spirit. Bunker is cancelled. The hatchery finishes for Raynor. We do not cancel. We have 3 spine crawlers in production, and we're going to have to pull the boys. We have to hold. If these spine crawlers finish, I mean, Raynor, he defends. Depots are being shut down. Supply blocking. Spirit, what you see is what you get. Look at the units have 9 Marines. That's all we have. And 9 Marines is not enough to break 3 spine crawlers. But here come the boys. Spirit completely all in. The boys have been pulled. It's going to be a kill on this hatchery. Now at least we can get Broodlings out of this. Broodlings can help as we dive on the army. Oh, we don't get much though. Very nice body blocking from Spirit. Spine crawlers are up and running. We have 2 queens as well. Spines are repositioning. Protecting the mineral line. How many lings do we have? 23 lings. 1 queen. We have a clutch transfuse. Queen does survive. GG gets called. That's all we had. And Raynor will take the series 3-0. Making it through into the playoffs. GG, well played. Whew. GG, that was an unfortunate build order loss for Spirit. There aren't too many build order losses in StarCraft 2, but this was one of them where lings, they get across the map faster, they deny any kind of mining, they force an all-in. Raynor confirming that there were proxy racks, he could just throw down spine crawlers, protect the main base, give up on the natural, and GG. Like, it's just a numbers game. Spirit just did not and could not have enough to break Raynor on his 1-base defense. I should also give praise here to Raynor for responding the way he did, throwing down the spine crawlers, 3 spine crawlers, and all those queens. Exactly what he needed to defend back at home. GG, well played. Raynor does take it and will make it into the qualifiers, sorry, into the playoffs. My condolences to Spirit as he's been eliminated from the tournament. GG. GG, well played. Again, my condolences to Spirit. Feels bad, man. As that's not exactly how we wanted the series to end. I was hoping for more of a back and forth. I was hoping that Spirit could pose a threat and take maps off of Raynor, but alas, was not meant to be. And with that, that wraps up the knockout brackets. We're done. That does wrap up all the matches here in the knockout bracket. Let's quickly go over them. From the top, we have Hero taking down Clem 3-0, making it into the playoffs. We have Bjorn taking down Hero Marine. We have Shin taking down Kior. Ooh, that's a big win, actually. Kiori took down Classic and went down to Shin. Shin makes it into the playoffs, and so does Raynor. Oh my, we have 4 Zergs, we have 3 Terrans, and the 1 Protoss Hope. Hero. And I believe Hero is mid-series versus Maru in a best of 7? Correct? Or a best of 5? Uh-oh. Gonna have to double check that. Yeah, I believe it's gonna be a best of 5. And they're in the ace match. They are in the ace match as we speak. For those that are curious, that is going to be wrapping up our knockout bracket matches. But I believe the main stream is going to be covering the quarterfinals. Mainstream is going to be covering the quarterfinals. I mean, they're already there. They're already covering the Maru series. And they're in that ace match. Oh boy. Sorry, I'm just catching up in the chat. Catching up, man. Catching up. Ooh, just catching up in. Yeah, I mean, the sun has risen. It's 7 a.m. here in Australia. 7 a.m. Sun has risen. I could co-stream. I could definitely co-stream Hero versus Maru, but I wouldn't mind getting some food. I would not mind getting some food as well. You know, that would also be nice. That would be nice, Papi. That would be nice. So if I do co-stream, I do have to set up some overlays, and I might restart the stream just so we can get rid of the delay. Like right now, we're playing with the delay here. Yeah, I think that's gonna be the plan. I think we're gonna be ending the stream and restarting it, and co-streaming the rest of the quarterfinals. I'm actually looking forward to it. We'll see how we go. We'll see how we do go. It is very late here. Otherwise, thank you so much for watching. Thanks so much for the support. The stream is going to go down and then back up with some new overlays and with the co-stream setup. So stick around if you're interested. If you want to basically viewing party it up. If you want to stick around for a viewing party of the main event, then you know we'll stick around. Otherwise, thank you for watching. Thank you so much. I hope you enjoy the rest of DreamHack. I hope you enjoy the rest of the main stream. And take care. Take care, everyone. Ciao, papi, ciao. Take care.